Welcome everyone to Flowing Resonance V1.0 with David here, and also supported by Mariana and MC Studios. It's going to be a really awesome time, primarily focused on Maya, but also looking at AI such as Midjourney and ChatGPT and Nano Bananas. Um, and um, so make sure you got your Mayas installed and fired up, and let's enjoy the great webinar that's about to take place. I'll give an intro here. So David is an architect designer, shapes immersive spaces where fluid architecture meets emotional design, cutting-edge 3D technologies, and AI. Graduated from Politecnico di Torino, he began developing his vision space during his academic studies and research. Later, through his work at Mind Design Studio and now at MC Studios, where he continues to explore new forms of spatial storytelling. His work blends materiality, perception, and technological experimentation, bridging the realms of physical and virtual environments. And Mariana is an architect and the founder of MC Studios, a London-based practice designing buildings, master plans, and immersive environments across both physical and digital worlds. With experience as a Hadid architect and postgraduate degree from the AADRL, Mariana leads a compact but driven team working across architecture, AI, extended reality, and cinematic storytelling. The studio is currently developing public buildings in Brazil with the support of the government of Saria. I don't know if I said that, pronounced that correctly. Public landmark building in India and Saudi Arabia under confidentiality. AI visual collaboration with leading architectural firms and developers in the UAE, the Philippines, South America, and Europe. At the core of her work is the clear stance that architects should stay at the front of world building and design, either physical or virtual, developing the tools, not just using them. Um, so, some quick technical things for anyone new here to kind of our webinars. Let me first find. Okay. Seems my screen stopped sharing while I was presenting, which is a little weird. Uh, when did it stop sharing at some point? Do
No,
you
you're
see my
sharing.
screen? Oh, okay. Weird. For some reason it told me like stop
You are
sharing and
sharing.
anyway. Weird. Okay, so yeah, so anyone that's here new, just so you know, if you have any questions during the webinar, make sure to, write them in the chat, or you can use the Q&A box if you see in there where your share um, button is, where your buttons are, there should be a Q&A button. So you can ask any questions there. And just a reminder that this webinar is recorded. So if you feel like you can't keep up or things are, not at the pace you like, just a reminder that we have a lot of awesome information that we want to provide to you, that we need to get through, and you can always go back and check the recordings. So now I'll hand it over to Mariana and David, and yeah,
Thank you. Thanks, Mike.
thank
It
you.
is a pleasure for us to be part of the Design Machine family. It's been years since I've seen you guys starting. I see it from the beginning, and I think it's the first time we are collaborating. Although I have worked with Michael prior before at Wilder World, and we knew what we were doing on each end. And we are very happy to be part of the family. And I'm particularly very happy to be debuting Davide, who is our prime architectural designer in the studio, with you guys. It feels like almost like a family paternal, like maternal feeling of dropping Davide with some very, very good reputation, a very, very good family and community. And yeah, it's the best place for him to. So Davide is starting today. He's going to do 3 hours and a half modeling or something. which is a lot, around 4 hours of modeling. Heavy lifting is going to be done by him today for the first time. I'm not doing any heavy lifting. I'm presenting in the beginning, showing you what you're about to do, what does it mean, what's the workflow, and then everything is on Davide's hands. Mike, thanks. I'm going to start presentation. Everyone, settle down. Okay, so today, like I mentioned, we are together with Design Morphine. We are going to show you a little bit of what we do at MC Studios, a hint of what we do when it comes to workflow. I know that everyone that is watching this recording or in this class came mostly for the tool and for the workflow, right? So I'm not going to spend too much time with poetics. I'm going to show you exactly what's our step-by-step and where do we stand, how much do we use AI, when do we use AI, but mostly what is the craft that we use for architecture. I'm a strong believer that craft comes with uniqueness. Uniqueness is going to be one of the most valuable criteria for architecture in the future that will become further and further automated. So if you handle your craft, if you deliver uniqueness, you'll most likely be on the great side of history, I would say. A little bit about MC Studios. We have almost 2 years, 1 year and a half. We are baby studio, but I've been in the business for 10 years. I have worked at Zaha for 6 years as a senior architecture designer. After Zaha, I joined around the world, just like Michael Pryor here, as architect director of the architecture department for design and for urban planning. While I was at Zaha, I started teaching very early. Immediately when I started working at Zaha, I felt like there was a gap between the tool that Zaha was using and the amount of people who know that tool, which is Maya, Autodesk Maya. It's a very niche tool, but it's a niche that enables really grand studios. We work mostly for projects in the east side of the world. So right now, Dubai, Saudi, the Philippines, we do two different kind of work, one for physical, one for virtual architecture. I'm not going to show you today the virtual, right? The virtual usually is about Unreal Engine, live rendering, play mode, avatars. That's something that I really like. It was really important. So at Wilder is like, it's probably more important than Maya, obviously. It is a core. This is where you actually can conceive virtual reality projects. And then we have the build projects. On both, we use Maya. And for both, we also introduce AI. So the studio has 3 different chapters, right? Like you understood, built, virtual inside of Unreal Engine, and then AI became something new and very recent. But I never stopped teaching Maya because Maya it was the core at Zaha. It is the core for me for fluid design that is accurate, but it's not a loose like Blender. And it's not a fluid accurate like 3ds Max that is a little bit still more constraining, and it's definitely not as accurate as Rhino because it doesn't have 2 Mayas for form finding. And I will explain to you in a bit what are the core principles. So when I finished the RL here in London, I joined Zaha Hadid as architectural designer, as designer actually, that's what they call you. And I joined a cluster that was a department very particular. It was the department that was a heavy design department called Zaha Cluster. So that department, which now is a bit more diluted, it's not so linear. But back then, that department was responsible mainly and uniquely for competitions that were doing high-end design. Okay, not all departments in architecture does high-end design. Sometimes all offices have projects that are just like their bread and butter, right? Projects that you won't see on the magazines. They are probably not even interested to show them. They earn money from that. But then there are the heavy magazine cover projects, and that usually came from our cluster. And that meant that Maya was fundamental. It was like our pen to be a tool that was not a constraint for your design expression. It was an enabler. You wouldn't even think if you are designing, if you are struggling or not with Maya, Maya would have to come as easy as breathing, okay? Finding the form was the real challenge, and Maya was an enabler. So what is Maya? Just very quickly for everyone. Again, it is a niche software, 3D modeling software. It is the software of Zaha. It is the software that makes most of the Zaha's DNA, most of MAD DNA, most of UN Studio DNA. Yes, you can rebuild everything with Rhino. You will never find a software that does form finding like Maya does form finding. How does it work? 4 different modes, as you know: object mode, face mode, edge mode, vertex mode. And everything on modeling is about that. The second most important core principle of Maya, it has an algorithm inside called Catmull-Clark algorithm subdivision. And Catmull-Clark, you don't have to code, you don't have to do algorithms, but just so you know what's happening, when you are on number 1 in Maya, you are actually on your real version of your mesh, which is a stiff mesh. Okay, it's not sexy, it's not curvy. But when you press number 3 on your keyboard, this is the most important part. You activate an algorithm called Catmull-Clark. I would challenge you to have a look at it. It's quite interesting. And Catmull-Clark is an algorithm that connects vertices into the minimal path between one and the other one, which is always curve. Okay, so this minimal path creates this curvature design, and then the curvature design creates the beautiful, sexy projects that you know from Zaha and that you are about to do today on your concert hall. How do you start? Today you're going to start from a cube. I usually start from a torus, you start from a plane, and then it's just by manipulating edges, vertices, and faces, you can easily achieve, for example, Zaha candle. It was a tower before, but Zaha candle mesh modeling here, you can easily achieve it in 1 hour. How do you start usually? Blank canvas, right? This is Maya's interface. You can draw, you can sketch, you can have before I used to have a lot of sculpture references, and then I would design on it, a bit like before AI, right? And now with AI, sometimes you start with the pre-concept already done, but I still challenge you to pick for Maya, to pick from an interesting technique from a sculpture, and then try and model it. I still think that there are topologies to be discovered that come from sculpture, from nature, that AI is kind of ignoring, and it's passing towards something very commercial already. You start from something very commercial. So I still challenge you to look at nature, look at sculptures, and then create architecture from it. It was one of my favorite starts. But again, obviously, there's no shame on starting with AI pre-concepts. This is something that Davide delivered for the airport for Saudi Arabia. This was the very beginning of form finding. We spent months on this. It was kind of like a crazy exercise because we wanted to challenge the topology, right? And the typology, and AI is still very cliche, right? Even when it comes to typology of architecture, you write airport and it will appeal the most cliche airport, right? But if you start prompting topologies and shapes, probably they will provoke what the typical shape of an airport is. So that is kind of interesting to do when you're doing with AI. And then you jump straight to Maya. So this on the right side is a bit of Maya. It was also for the airport. This was also Davide 3D modeling. It's a very basic one, right? But it's showing you what Maya can do for beginning, for form finding, like I mentioned. It's something that you do in a quick minute. And very quickly, I like to jump from pre-concept to 3D modeling as soon as possible. So the first stage, it really is as small as what you see here in our full process. So first stage is pre-concept AI. This is before, okay, today is a little bit different. But let's say when I was at Zaha, pre-concept stage in the beginning, no AI back then, but it could be your hand sketch. Jump into Maya. Maya traditional, we jump into Rhino. Traditional from Rhino, you go to Grasshopper or AutoCAD, no shame in AutoCAD. Still delivers good work, and we all know. And then we jump into Revit or Beam, which is a company that I really like of guys who do Revit, and they have a very good plugin from Rhino to Revit that we really appreciate at Zaha too. And this was the traditional path, right? And then I started the studio. I started MC Studios. And when I started MC Studios, there was something already in the air about AI. It was the beginning. But I knew that we had to integrate it somehow. AI was from the beginning very clear to me, some sort of industrial revolution on steroids. So I knew that automation would come for architecture. Automation came for most of the artisanal and industries, from product design to fashion design. And companies these days, after industrial revolution, they thrived on their take and on their use on automation. They either use automation fully, like Shein, Bershka, Zara, or they control automation and craft, and they stay on the high-end side of their industry, like Chanel, Alexander McQueen, or Dior. And I believe we are coming to a point in architecture in which you have to make that decision. How much automation is actually going into your process? How does automation look like right now in architecture? You have the typical workflow, and the typical workflow are the offices that want to remain on the full side of automation. you will still thrive, right? Shein thrives, it's very wealthy. Bershka thrives, Zara thrives. They stay on automation. They produce fast, they produce medium quality, but their quantity actually absolutely delivers on sales, and then sales obviously make them thrive in the industry, staying fully automated. And that happened with architecture too. We have people doing pre-concept with automation. We have people doing concept in automation. Let's imagine the stages in architecture, and then they would do the post-production stay in automation, video, for example. And it stays a little bit on the conceptual realm because we don't have an industry for built projects that can do AI from beginning to end, right? No AI in BIM, at least yet. And then you have most of us, how we were before, which was the pre-concept in with AI. We were all doing a billion prompt to image. And then it came to the point of, okay, but now you need to collaborate with your teams or with engineers or show to your professor, for example, if you're a student. How do you translate your image to your 3D? And that's when you started 3D modeling as per image. And then we get a huge disappointment, usually because they don't look like the same, right? 3D modeling is very underwhelming after a huge high-res production by AI. And then usually we take our 3D model to our typical render engine like Corona or Lumion, and we don't look at our pre-concept ever again because the 3D modeling is so different from the pre-concept that we might as well just render. So it was kind of inefficient. And that's when I started the studio, Davide actually came to London, and we went to a restaurant called Campania, an Italian restaurant. And I told Davide we were having a lunch, and it was kind of an important moment because it was clear. I told him that the recipe is to find a way to get back to AI on post-production and close the feedback loop. Whomever understands a pre-concept in AI is able to 3D model it with loyalty and post-production with AI back again. So automate at the beginning and the end and keep the middle human crafted will be the one finding the correct workflow for success, what I would believe. So if you don't want to stay fully automated. And we promised that, and we said, let's take this to the studio. One of our core goals, besides obviously doing projects, is to understand how is AI workflow going to evolve in the studio. Okay, and then we started the airport. That was our first exercise. It was massive and it was exhaustive. Davide did loads of AI, and he was a crafter. Like me, right, from Maya. He learned Maya with me, and he's very good at Maya. And then he was forced to do loads of AI, right, shitloads of AI. I would not stop every time. I was like, not there yet, not there yet, not there yet. And then we got to the airport. He 3D modeled it. He found the typology that we found together what the typology should be. And then he took full freedom to 3D model it and to start adapting it to a real typology. And then Kaitan Shosak, who is doing most of our AI renders, actually came to the post-production and helped us closing up a feedback loop between pre-concept, human craft and 3D modeling, and post-production. And that's why we stand so proudly, MC Studios, to say that our practice is human craft empowered by AI. And this is what we are going to teach you today. We're going to teach you how to close the loop, how to stay in control of your craft, how to make it unique, how to make it yours, how to stay on the side of no fully automation in architecture, and how to still be empowered and to get the numbers that AI gives you when it comes to automation in pre-concept and automation in post-production, so rendering. Okay? And this is today, in 4 hours. That's what David is going to show you. These are some of the tools that we use in the studio. These are our core tools. Everyone who works for the studio knows how to use them all, which is fascinating. Everyone in the studio knows how to do Maya. That's our DNA. We do Rhino, obviously. Rhino still needs to happen for rationalization and penalization, and then Grasshopper. And then AI, we usually juggle between Midjourney, still very good. Kling AI, Davide might show you today. Luma AI, unfortunately, is a little bit behind the race, but at some point we were doing Luma AI mostly for animation. Magnifique, I recommend everyone. It's like the Photoshop of today. And then the most important one, Nano Banana, is the one that is going to enable you to render with AI. Okay, I'm going to show you very quickly. I don't want to take too much time from Davide. But again, So how do we do it? Usually we either do 3D and AI integration for pre-concept. We do 3D AI integration for concept projects. I'll show you very quickly what kind of projects we do. So this is pre-concept. I'm not going to show you because we are not going to do most pre-concept processes. And this is also pre-concept, so it's coding. It's not today. This is also pre-concept. Is not today. This is when you stay a little bit just on fully automated. It's something that we do for clients when we are looking for their own taste. So in this case, it was 500 facades for a tower in Marbella. But again, starts with automation, ends with automation, and is just for pre-concept. This is another one that was just delivered. It actually was done in 3D modeling. As you can see, that this is Maya. This is extremely more advanced, right? Not what David is going to show you today. And then from Maya, you take it basically to AI rendering. And then AI rendering. This was all Nano Banana, which you'll learn today. And then from the render, you take very quickly to animation. Okay, so this basically is the process you're learning today. Okay, this I can use with ours. So again, this is all from Nano Banana render, and then it goes to the video, to a video in Kling AI. Another example is the tower that we did for Dubai, Azure Island. So this tower had exactly the same process. It came actually from a pre-concept of one of those 500 facades that you saw. One of that detail that I thought it had a lot of potential, I gave it to Mohammed. Mohammed was able to design the detail, which is probably 1/10 of the building. And that detail became the whole tower. It's in skyscraper. And then that takes us to Nano Banana for rendering. And then for rendering, you can easily jump to animation. So this is all from Nano Banana. Okay, so it's AI rendering from your screenshot. AI rendering from your screenshots, everything that you look at. And let's start with what you're going to do today, okay, quickly. So flowing resonance. We are obviously going to teach Maya because, again, it is a core software for the kind of studios that deliver fluid architecture that still needs to be accurate because it is architecture. We do Kling AI for animation. You're going to learn Gemini, Nano Banana, and Davide will decide if he's teaching Midjourney or not. It's up to him, but it's also kind of an easy one. Who are the tutors? So I'm doing the presentation. MC Studios is the host. David is debuting for the first time teaching Maya after knowing Maya for 4 years, I think, right? I think it's been a long time. And today he's going to teach you how to 3D model one of his best pieces done at the studio. This was a piece that was used only for us to discover this workflow that I mentioned before. When I told you that me and him decided, let's find a way to close the loop between human craft and AI, we decided to start something called Wednesday AIs, and they were bite-sized projects only to exercise the power of 3D modeling and rendering with AI. So it was just an experimental project done last year, 2024. And then we are teaching you guys today because I think we have reached a very good point with Nano Banana that is a point to teach other architects too. So first part is the longest one is going to be Maya. This is the mesh for, I know I have a lot of students here, previous students, so you can understand the mesh a little bit on the right side. This is the edge mode on. So it's a clean mesh. I think you might have understood that the project is actually symmetric. So you will be splitting it in half, modeling one half, and then mirroring and getting the second half. So it is what we can do in 3 hours. It's already challenging. It's 12 steps. So starts with cube, and Davide will walk you and model step by step from the cube to the beginning of the first half, and then bridging them, and you get the second half. Again, this project was mostly made for interiors, for the interior shot. There is an exterior that Davide developed. It looked very cool, but we wouldn't be able to do it in 4 hours, okay? So if he can do a bit about the exterior, great. If he cannot do, you will end up with a burger-looking, triple burger-looking building from outside. But again, this is mostly for you to be able to render the interior shot, okay? Davide will set up the cameras with you inside of Maya, like set up the camera, save the bookmark, and then screenshot. From screenshot, you jump directly to Nano Banana, and these are some of his experiments. In Nano Banana, this is what you do when you are prompting on top of your screenshot. That gets you directly to a render. This is one of my favorites. I just saw it today, and it was gorgeous. And then obviously that takes us to part 3, which is animating very quickly in Kling AI. So it's 5 second, 10 second if he has time, right? He will be able to show you. It's very straightforward anyway. It's just a simple prompt. And that's it. And now, Davide, stage is all yours. Take it away. Good luck.
Hi everyone. Thank you for the amazing presentation. Okay, I think we can start directly with Maya. Obviously, this course is for beginners, so first timer. You don't have to model at the same times. Just like look at the screen and you can start after. You will have the recording, I think, in the next days. Tomorrow probably you will already have, or the day after, but very soon. So just before jumping inside the modeling, we can go a bit around in Maya just for the first timer that never open Maya. So and also to have everyone to have the same settings to model, so we don't do different things. So when you open Maya, this is most likely what you have. Obviously, this is the Auditorium, but we are gonna go through this after. But this is most likely the interface. The most important things that you have to check before start is some little things. First is the Z, the pivot. We need to have the Z up because Maya usually is made for animation, so you have the pivot in another orientation. To have the Z up, we just need to go on Windows on top, General Editors, Setting and Preference and Preference. So at this point, we have all the settings, and we need to find this every time is a mess to find, but interactive, no, settings, yeah. So settings, work coordination system, usually when you open Maya for the first time is set on Y, but we go in Z. So you see the little pivot down here is changing according to our, to the Z now. Another thing is file and project. This is also quite important because Maya like to crash a lot. So what we have to do is change the autosave and allow the autosave. So usually it can be already enabled, but please check because it's very important. File and project, autosave, and enable the autosaving box. And also we need to find the autosave after in case it crash. So we want a specific folder. So if you go here and you can create a folder in your desktop, and I create already is Maya autosave. And we're gonna select the folder and that's it. So every time Maya crash, we have a backup folder there, a backup file there. And also we can change every how many minutes when Maya will save. So I usually use 10 minutes, but you can say 5 or whatever you want. I think 10 is a good backup file. And other thing is undo. Undo is the Ctrl-Z command. So how many times you can Ctrl-Z is also very useful because with Maya you Ctrl-Z a lot. Usually if you change idea, you want to go back. And you just have to go to undo down here and switch on. Usually it's off, you just have to switch on. And I think that's it. We just need to save down here and also in file, save preference. So this preference will be always set when you open the file. So in my case, it's already done, but do this please because it's very important. Last two thing is the poly modeling. When you create any shape, any primitive, Maya will give you immediately a primitive with already some measure. If you want to be able to change the measure dynamically when you create the shape, like I can show you. So for example, if I want a sphere, I can directly change a bit the shape. When you open Maya for the first time, this is not possible. We just have to change a little things also here. So you go to create polygon primitive, and down here, interactive creation, you have to tick the box. I can show you the difference. For example, now I create a sphere and the sphere appear at the 0, 0 coordinates, and I cannot change the measure. To change the measure, I need to go in another part of Maya and change everything. But so this is the last things I think. No, there is still one. Is up there when you have x, y, z. The 3 coordinates. You just need to click on this box and click on relative transform. This will allow Maya to move things with these coordinates, and it's very important also, this one. So be sure to have this one, relative transform tick. Now I think we have everything. We should have everything the same, so we can save again the preference, and I think we are ready to start. So Mariana already showed you what we're gonna do today. We're gonna start with the cube, and obviously the cube will change a lot. Oh, something happens with my camera. Okay. And the shape and the cube will change a lot, but the primitive that you're gonna use is the cube. Other thing important for first timer, the pivot to move, we click on W, so the pivot became the arrows, and we can move with the normal arrows. E for rotation, so W, E, and R. R is for scale. So these 3 letters are very important for these main things. And yeah, so I think we can start, and during the process, we will find other tools, other commands. But there is also Mariana make a very useful video on YouTube for introduction. You can just search on YouTube the video. I think there is more than one, but just check Mariana and Maya. I think is going to be one of the first results. So I think you can all, if you are a first timer, please go to check one of these because it's very useful for the basic to go around in Maya. So first things, we are going to create the cube. To do it, create polygon primitive and cube. There is also another, I think yeah, exactly. Okay, now I can change it. I forgot to reset my, so again, polygon primitive, cube, and now we can drag our cube with the dimension that we want. Obviously, I'm gonna give you some dimension, so we are gonna have most likely a similar measure for our auditorium. To change the dimension of this, we go up here on the right corner, we click on the first box, that is the channel box. And as you can see here, you have all the options for the cube. So the width, the height, the depth, and this is what we are gonna change. So for width, we say 25, and also 25 for the height, and the depth is 30, I think. Let me just compare for this one, just to see if it's similar. Yeah, okay. I didn't make it wrong. So this one is our first, our primitive. Let me just hide the zoom things because it's a bit in the middle. Oh, okay. So now what we have to do is we are on step 1, and we can start our model. This is the outliner, by the way. This is where all your geometry will appear. Is like a layer things. This is how you can just select here. So this one is our cube. We can rename with double click on top, and let's call it steps. Oops. Steps 1. So this is our first steps. We can copy this to go ahead, and to copy a element in Maya, we do Control D. So Control D, and we drag to the side. Now, as you can see here, we need to create also the space for the stage. So we to change between vertices and edges and face, we just need to click the right click on the mouse and keep don't leave the click. Just keep the things, and we can just drag object mode, edge mode, vertex mode, and face mode. So in edge mode, we just click and drag on edge, and we can select all the edge of our shape. If we do the same vertex, we can now select just the vertices. Same for face, so drag and click on face. If we want to unselect the overall shape, we just go to object mode, so we are able to go to other primitive or other object. So again, click with the right click on the mouse. Don't leave the selection, face for the face, vertex, and edge. This is also very important. Just if you do one of the introduction from Mariana on YouTube, she will say the same. Do a lot of exercise for this, because it's very important that you became fast to do this. And okay, so now we can go on face mode. So this is our object. Face mode, we click on this face. To orbit around, we just need to click on Alt, and with the left click on the mouse, we can orbit. So this is another, I was almost forgetting, but this is another very important thing. And always with Alt and the middle mouse button, we can palm. So I know it's a lot of things, but when you're gonna watch the recordings, you have more time. That's why I'm telling you, don't model at the same time if you are first timing. So this is our face. Now we have to create the extrusion for the stage. To do it, we do Control E with the face select. Don't click anything else. Just we're gonna change one of these parameters. In this case, we need the offset before, so we click on the offset number and we say 5.5. Actually, no, let's say 5. I think is better. To say that to Maya that the action is complete, we press on Q. So now the extruding tools is end. Now, as you can see from the original, we also need to move out the stage. So W on the face, and click on the red arrow that is the X. And to move this, we are going to do it precisely. We can go up there in the X, Y, Z option. And that's why before I was telling you to change this. We click on X and we say also here 5. Oops, -5. Again, -5. Okay. So now we have our extrusion. Also, we need to flat this one. So we have more option to do it. I think we can use the snap tool. So we press D, V at the same times. Don't leave the selection. Don't leave the keyboard. And with the middle mouse button, we drag on the vertices that we want. In this case, is this one. So our pivot now is a snap to these vertices. We press on the Z-axis, and we to snap to another vertices. So to move according to a vertices, we press on Z, we press V, and we drag with the middle mouse button on the vertices that we want. This seems very complex. Maybe we can do it again together just to. So X -5. So we are at the same moment. Now D, V at the same times. Middle mouse button, we drag on the vertices that we want. We click on Z, we press V, and we drag with the middle mouse button to the vertices that we want. So now we are, our face is at the same level of the pavement of our auditorium. Now we have to create the last extrusion, that is the stage itself. So we select again the face, Control E, and we change the thickness in this case, and I think is minus, we can, I don't know, we can go with 6, I think is quite enough. Yeah, maybe also 8. Let's do a bigger stage. Okay. Now we press Q and we close the selection. So this is our base for the auditorium. We go on object mode, so right click object mode, Control D, we copy the auditorium and we drag to one side. So we are at the third steps now. This one is start to be a bit more interesting because we are going to change quite substantially the shape itself of the primitive. Here you can still recognize the cube. Probably after these steps, the cube is going to go forever. Forever, yeah. So click on the shape. Now we're going to use another tool. So we go in edge mode and we click on this edge and we are going to add 3 new edge loops that will give us the inclination of the interior of the auditorium. I can show you on this one. We want the sitting row to be inclined. So to do this, we're going to add some edge loops now, and we're going to give a bit of inclination to each of them to be able to achieve this dynamism inside the auditorium. So edge mode, we click on these vertices, and now we press on shift and don't leave the keyboard, and shift plus right click of the mouse. You will have all these options. This is a lot of options. Again, if you watch one of the tutorial from Mariana, previous section in other tutorial YouTube, you will find more about this. In this case, we're going to use insert edge loop tool. So to do it, I'll do again, shift right click. We don't leave the keyboard, and we just drag the mouse to insert edge loop, and we just if we leave everything, we are gonna start the command. Now I already have set that I want 5 vertices, 5 edges. I don't want obviously all these this big number of edge loop. So go back, Control Z, okay. Press on Q to end the command if you already start. And I'm going to show you how to change also this. So edge mode, insert edge loops tool. And if we go to the up there, we are going to open the tool settings. That is this little icon, the second icon from the right. Here we have relative distance from edges, and I can show you. This allows us to create an edge loop wherever we want. We can just drag the edge loops. When you leave the mouse, the edge loop will be set on this point. So keep them the left of the mouse and just drag your edge loop wherever you want. So Control Z, I'm going to show you also other option. So to insert a edge loop, you can also go on multiple edge loops. We click on this one and we can set how many edge loops we want. In this case, we want 3 edge loops. And this is very important because when we do this, Maya understands immediately that we want these edge loops at the same distance. So she will create 3 edge loops equally distant. So you see, like here. Perfect. So Control Z, and we can do it properly now. So, for example, I create these edge loops now that I don't want, and this is a very important thing. If you want to delete something in Maya, you don't have to click just on delete, because as you can see, Maya will leave all the vertices around, and we don't want this because if we press 3, as Mariana was mentioning before, that is the smooth preview, like the curvy shape of the auditorium. He will create these very weird things around. So we need to be very careful when we delete element. We always have to do Control Delete. So let me show you. Control Z, Control Z. Okay, this is the edge loops that we don't want, and we do Control Delete. Control Cancel, Control Delete, it is the same. So now we can create our 3 edge loops. So insert edge loops. We already said that we want 3, and we just drag on these vertices that we want. So it's gonna Maya will create always perpendicular to the edge that we want. So if we set this edge and we click on this one, Maya will create 3 perpendicular edge loops to this one. If we want the other direction, obviously we have to drag to the other one. Okay. So now we have our 3 vertices equally distant, and we can start to modify them. So to close the tool of the insert edge loop, we have to press on Q. So every time you want to close something, some tools, some operation in Maya, you press Q. To center, another important things that now is we can say, if I lose my selection, so I'm randomly inside Maya, I can just click on the outliner of one of our shape, and we press F. If we press F, Maya camera will immediately zoom inside our object. So if you lose the selection, if you lose the camera, you don't know where you are, just select one of your object and press F to center. Okay, now we can start to modify a bit our shape. In this case, I found very important for me, because I need to copy perfectly the other one that I have, to see the edge of my previous one. So if I want to see the blue edges, as the screenshot that Mariana was showing you before, I just need to go on this icon up there. And if we click, all the edges in Maya will be highlighted in blue or other color. It depends from the one that you will pick in the layer of Maya. But usually it's blue and is more than okay. So this is our, I think we can start with changing these vertices. So we go in edge mode. We click on one vertices. If you want to select all the edge loops, we just double click with the left click of the mouse on the edges. If we want to select all the vertices, all the edges in vertical, for example, we want all these selected, we click on the first one, we click on the second one, 2 times, and this will select all the vertical loop. We can say, yeah, it's a loop. So all the verticals loop in this case. Now, we need to create these oblique things. So we click on the first one, and we want the whole edge loops. So double click on this one. Now we don't want the back, the one on the back. So we just Control and click on this one. So we remove this from the selection. And yeah, I think we don't want also these lateral ones. So click on this one with Control and this one as well. So we unselect this one. We do the same with the other. So we can also select one by one actually. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. To add obviously edge loops to the selection, we press on Shift. So Shift to add, Control to remove. And yeah, okay. So now W. Where is my pivot? I was still there. To reset the pivot, like in my case, because it was still there, we press D and we drag to reset pivot with the right mouse button. And the pivot will appear exactly in the center of our geometry, of the geometry that we select. So edge loops or the object itself, it depends obviously for what we are selecting. So now with the Z, we can click on Z and drag down. This is going to be a bit less with measure. We can do it. We can do it by eye. So we drag down our edges, and I think somewhere here, so a very tiny portion. We remove from the selection the whole edge loops that we don't need anymore. So click on Control, double click on this edge, and we lose this selection. And we're gonna drag down also this one. So as you can see now, we start to incline all the shape. I think we can do the same with some vertices here, so it's gonna be more precise. So go in vertex mode, right-click vertex mode. We click on these two vertices, same from the other side. And with the Z, we move a bit down. Always be careful in this case to have equally distant vertices. So this one, we have to rise up a bit, this one. So this is what we need to achieve. And now the last operation is to double click on this edge loop. We are always in edge mode. We press R, so we are gonna scale down everything to flat these vertices. So with the Z, we click on the Z and we flat. Now W, we push this one a bit down, so it's still equally distant. Vertex mode, we're gonna adjust also this one and this one. So be very precise to put this one in the middle. So as you can see, this one is a bit up because we scaled down, obviously. So it's changed a bit. Actually, let me go back because I don't want to change this distance between here. So I'm gonna snap the pivot on these vertices again. So D, V, and with the right mouse, I'm gonna snap my pivot here. And now I can scale accordingly to these vertices. So Z, R for the tools, to the scale tools, and scale down with the Z axis. Obviously now these one are gonna be a bit messy, so we can change it. So again, vertices, we select these three, we reset the pivot, so D, reset pivot, and we're gonna push a bit up these three. And this one, oops, and this one as well. Okay, so this is most likely what we need to have for now. Now we want to have also some subdivision in this direction. We didn't do them before because it can be more complex to achieve this inclination because we have to move more vertices. But I think now we are ready to also add this edge loop. So again, edge mode, we click on these vertices, shift, right click, insert edge loop. In this case, we need to add just two edge loops. So in the tool box here, we say true, we write true. So we drag here and we add our two edge loop. We press Q to end the commands, and we are ready also to modify this part. And yeah, we need also one in the middle that is gonna be very important because it's the one that will split our geometry in half. So still in edge mode, insert edge loop. In this case, we want just one, and we want this equally distant, so we cannot just drag with relative distance. So with the first one, we don't want to do this because it is not going to be precise. We do multiple edge loops, and we say just one. So this one is our central edge loop. So we press Q to end the commands, and we are ready to change a bit our geometry. So we select this edge, so 1, 2, 3, and 4. There is also another way to select multiple edge at the same times. We click on the first one and we click on the last one of the series. So this we double click, sorry, again. The first one and double click on the last one, pressing shift to add obviously to the selection new edge. So one, shift, double click on the final one, and we have all the edge loops that we want. W, move, we press on the red arrow and we move with measure. So we press, we go up here on the X and we say, let's start with 6. Yeah, I think 6 is quite good. So now we should have a bit more, we start to modify the shape. Now, same things, but we are going to modify a bit of vertex now. So vertex mode, right click, drag to vertex. We click on the first vertex and we move it slightly up. So we are trying to make this boxy shape in something a bit more oval, a bit more curvy, a bit more fluid. Obviously, you don't see yet this, but you will see immediately when we are going to start to press 3 and see what happens. If we press 3 now, you can see that it starts to be very different. Another important thing is when you add edge loops, be very careful to do it in number 1 because it's Maya allowed you to do it just in number 1. But careful because this is going to modify also your shape in number 3. For example, this is our shape now here, for example. If I go in edge mode and I will add edge loops, for example, 3, you see that the shape is substantially different now. So every time you add edge loops, you need to be careful because you also modify your shape, your overall shape. So add edge loops just when you need and just in the right moment. To don't modify too much the geometry. So we were here. Press number 1 to go back to our boxy shape. Now, vertex mode, we select these vertices and this one. We press R, so we scale. And now we go in top view. So hold on the space bar. We right click on the central Maya name and we go on top view. We drag on top to center because now the view changed. We just press F. So now we are perfectly in top view. We can do it again. I can go back in perspective. So space bar, Maya, perspective view in this case. And this is how Maya changed the view, the camera view. So space bar, right click, drag to top view, and now we are perfectly in top view. And we're gonna drag a bit the R scale. We are gonna scale with the, with the Y. What is going on? Maya have a lot of bugs. Sometimes the geometry vanish. So we press on the green axis in this case, so the Y, and we scale a bit inside. We do the same with this one and this one. And with this one and this one as well. So we are going to modify a bit our shape. Now we can also go in edge mode. We select the whole loop here and also this one, both, and we scale a bit out. So this is most likely what we have to achieve in top view, something a bit more round. So now if we press 3, you can see that the shape is start to be a bit more similar to our final auditorium. I know that this part is a bit more complex to do the same, but you can also find your own geometry if you want to change it. But for now, let's do in this way. We also need to make this edge loop hard, so not smooth. You see that now the curve is flowing. We need to interrupt at some point this curve because we want something a bit more strong to differentiate the space of the stage from the auditorium itself. To do it, we are going to introduce another tool that is the crease. This is very important because it's the one that allows us to create all the hard edges in the model. So when you see one of our model or any building from other studio like Zaha, UN Studio, MAD, when you see an hard edges, it's because they use the crease command. So we double click on these edge loops, shift, right click, and we drag to crease tool. And don't lose the selection, don't click anything else. And with the middle mouse button, we drag to the right. So in this case, be very careful to this. Do also multiple times to be sure that Maya crease completely. You can see the number down here. I think mine have a bit of a bug because usually it's 0 to 10. Mine is go also into 14. I don't know why. But if you are at 10 is the maximum and it's perfect. So this is our first crease. Q to end the commands. Now we also have to delete some of these faces, obviously. So face mode, we click on this face, shift to add to the selection, and we select all these faces. We can go number 1 to be a bit more precise. And to delete, for the face, we don't need to do Control Delete. We can just go on Canch. This will allow us to delete all the face that we don't want. Q3, and we see that now we have a very hard edges at the end. I think we are ready to go to the next steps. Actually, no, we still miss one thing. We need to rise this edge. So edge mode, W, and we rise a bit this one. We rise a bit this one, and we also change a bit of these vertices because we need to also create a nice profile. So we select these vertices, and with the Z, we push down. And also the stage. So these one are the vertices, and we push down. Yeah, I think we are okay. We can go. Maybe let's select also this one, all these vertices. And with the R, we scale a bit inward, Q, and yeah, now it's a bit better. If we go inside, you see that the shape of an auditorium is already starting to appear. If you want to go inside the auditorium, but the camera is too, like, you are not really able to go around, because this happens, this need that we have to change the focal length of our camera. To do it, we go on View up here, select Camera, and in our third windows up there, this is the attribute editor. This is also important. These first 3 windows are very important. And here we're gonna change the focal length of the camera. So now it's 35. Usually for the human eye is 40, around 40. We're gonna cheat a bit for Maya because we want to see like the overall things, and modeling is also easier, especially the interior. So we're gonna say 20 for now. And you see how much it changed. So now it's much easier to orbit around also inside. For example, if I go to 40, it's almost impossible to go around inside because your camera is always outside. So let's go back to 20. And okay, I think we are ready to go with the 4th steps. So object mode, select the object, Control D, W, and we drag on the y-axis to the side. Now, as you can see here, we start to split our geometry in half because, as Mariana said before, the auditorium is going to be perfectly symmetric. So we're going to split now in half, and after we're going to mirror and join again the two portion. So object mode to select. Now drag with the right click on face mode, and we can go on top view. So space bar, drag with the right click top view, F2 center. And we're gonna delete all these half. So we'll just select this one and catch. Don't worry about these edges that now is popping out. This is gonna vanish at the end. Now we can go back to perspective mode. So space bar, right click, perspective. Perfect. And now we are ready to create our first, this is, maybe we can still fix a bit these vertices. So vertex mode, and we move this one a bit. Okay. Now we are aligned. Yeah. So now what we are gonna do is create our first sitting row, that is this one, the base one. And so if I press 1, you see that this is an extrusion of these faces. So let's do the same. For my original steps, I divide these in two different steps, but in this case, we can just go ahead and do the extrusion. So right-click face mode, and we're gonna select all the face that we want to extrude. So this one, and the last one is this one. So we can just select the first one, shift, don't leave shift, and double click on the last one. So this allows you to select multiple faces of the loop at the same time. Be careful, because sometimes if you do this, Maya will understand that you want the whole edge loops. Sometimes happens is a bit of a bug. Just careful when you select faces, also because you can select face behind, so always careful. If you want to be sure, if you have a very complex geometry that you are selecting just the face that you want, press on number 4, and this allows you to see the object in transparency. So if you have selected some faces behind that you don't want, this allows you to see. To go back to the normal view, press number 5. So these are the faces that we want to extrude. To extrude, Control E again, as we do before, and we are gonna do a little offset of 0.3. Q to close the selection. And now we're gonna add our first material. To create a material, we do right click, don't lose, drag to assign new material. And we're gonna create a Lambert in this case, because we want not a shiny material, not a glass. We want a very like wood, very opaque material. So Lambert, and the material will appear here. If it doesn't appear here, we can find it in this icon up there, the little blue sphere. We click here and we hold all our material. But usually it appears here, and we can change everything from this box. So we change the names. Let's say wood. Let's start with the dark one maybe, and maybe we change after if we don't like. Double click on color, and we're gonna choose a color. Careful with the wood, with the brown, because usually they really like not nice. The color is not nice, so pick a nice shade, not a very intense one. And yeah, let's say maybe something a bit more. Yeah, let's try with this one. And when you're done, click here. We don't need to change anything else here. So just click outside, and our face is now not very nice brown. So probably I will add the one that I use for my model, but create your own color. You are free to change, do it white. I'm very curious to see it in white also. So choose the color that you want. I'm just gonna use the one that I have before, because I think I have a nicer shade. So beige number 3. Yeah, it's a bit better. So now we select again our face. So first one, shift, double click on the last one. Control E, don't lose the selection. And now we are gonna create the thickness. So thickness, and we do 10. And now we have our first bubble outside. Q and the commands. Now, if we press 3, you see that this transition is very, sorry, is very smooth. Sometimes sometimes it's useful to have this smooth transition between the horizontal wall and the vertical. In this case, we want very hard edges. So edge mode, right click edge, double click on the loop on one vertices, on one edge. So we select the whole loop, and we're gonna crease, we're gonna crease this one. So double click, shift, right click, and drag to crease tool. With the middle mouse button, drag to the right multiple times if you need. So just so you have a very sharp edge. Now you see that we have this problem. If we keep this, when we are going to mirror after our auditorium, we're going to have a big problem because our city row is not going to be continuing. So we have to delete this face and also this one. So face mode, we select this one and this one with shift. Press number 1 so you see better, and we catch this face. Don't worry if the vertices are not aligned all to the same scale. We're going to change it after, no worries. So now we have our first extrusion. Yeah, I think maybe we start to align now. So for this one, we need to be a bit more careful because, as I told you before, Maya sometimes is a bit a bug and is not easy to select the edge loop sometimes. So we press on the first one that we need, edge mode, and we press on the last one. And as you can see, Maya always select the loop with a low number of edges. But in this case, we want the other one. So we need to select, we have 2 options, do one by one or select piece by piece. So we select the first one. We select this one, for example. So we have the first piece. We select this one, we have the last piece, the second piece, and this one is our last one. So in this case, we are sure that the interior one are not selected. Now we have to scale everything according to this line. So to do it, we have to snap our pivot again. So we go to R, scale. So we see the pivot. We press D and V at the same times. And with the middle mouse button, we drag to these vertices. Now is perfectly aligned. And if we scale with the Y-axis, so we click on this one and we drag, you see that this one is changed because now everything is aligned. If I go back, you see, oh, perfect. And now we press Q just to end the command, but it was already done, and we can go ahead. So object mode, and we have our first extrusion. So now we'll go to step number 5. The first set of steps are quite fast. This one was a bit more complex, but the other one are a bit easier and faster. So Control D in object mode to copy, W, and we drag to the right with the X axis. Now, the first phase that we want, the first extrusion that we want to do is the ceiling. As you can see in the original model, we have this shape on the ceiling because the main concept was, I didn't show you at the beginnings, but our main concept in this case was this K shape. So in order to achieve this, we need one big extrusion, maybe I can change color. One big extrusion up here, another here, and our main that we just did here. So we have 3 main extrusion to create this K. So go back to our, now face mode. We select our face. In this case, it's better to do one by one because the loop is not continuous, they are not all on the same loop. Maybe this one, yes. So click on this one, shift, double click on this one, and we have our main. And now we have to do the same with this one and double click on this one. So yeah, we have all our face. Now, Control E, extrusion. We need a bit of an offset, 0.3 again. Q to end. Now, if you want to crease a face that are not part of the same loops, like in this case, or we want the perimeter of this face, for example, because we want to crease exactly these edges, we need to invert the selection to edges. So Control, right click, to edge perimeter. I can do it again. Control, right click, drag to edge. Don't lose the, don't unselect, and edge perimeter. So Maya will create this very fun way. It has a very fun way to select things, edge perimeter. And now we have the vertex, the edges, the perimeter edges selected. So now shift, right click, shift, right click, and crease. And we crease with the middle mouse button. Q to N, 3 to C. Press to center. And now you see that we have created this crease around. Obviously, again, in this case, don't forget, we don't want this face in the middle because they are going to break our flow after. So face mode, we select the first one and let's see if it works. Select the last one. Yeah, and delete. So again, after we will have to scale everything to flat this perimeter, but we can do it after. It's not important to do it now. So now our third and final of the main extrusion is the central one. So for this one, we have to go in face mode, select this face, this one, not the final one, because it's going to be very tight, and also the one under. This one, and this one is the last one. So we have this face here. Now, Control E, and we do again 0.3. Q, let's press now 1 to check. And actually, before I forgot to change the color, but let's change the color of this one for now. Right click, drag to assign, in this case, assign existing material because we already create our dark brown. And beige number 3. If you want to create another material, just do the one things that we did before. So right click, drag on assign new material. Now, if you lose the selection, for example, if I by error I click something else, just do Ctrl Z. Maya always save your selection. This is very useful. This happens very often and is also very useful to Ctrl Z and take back your selection. That's why we change the undo things at the beginnings in the settings. So now we want again to crease the perimeter. So Shift, right click, Control, right click to edge perimeter. Don't lose the selection, Shift, right click, crease, and middle mouse button crease. It's very, seems very complex, but after a lot of time that you do it, it became very automatic and you do it very fast. Now face mode, and we delete these two faces. The one that we also deleted before, we don't need them, so punch. Now we can change the color also of the ceiling. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and also this one. Right click, drag to assign material, beige free. So now everything has a nice dark wood material. Also, we don't usually, actually we forgot to delete the ground face here before. We can do it after. We don't want this almost squarish shape here. It's not we want something a bit more pointy to create our K. So we're going to introduce now another tool. So press on number 1 and one edges to center, F to center. So if we press W now, our pivot is not here. This means that we have the pivot somewhere else. So to reset the pivot, D, right click and drag to reset pivot. F to center. So if we want to move these vertices, these edges now, to have a bit more pointy things, we can drag. But as you can see, if we press 3, our geometry is going to be very strange and a bit unrealistic. Sometimes it's useful to do this because we like this sort of this movement, this fluid movement here. In this case, we want to move our vertices, our edges according to the direction of the geometry. So Ctrl Z and press number 1, select the vertices. And now we have to set our pivot to this direction. So Shift, Control, right click, assign, custom, set to edge, and leave. And don't click, don't click on nothing. Just press on this edge here. Where is our graph? It's still there. Okay, let's do it again. The reset pivot. Shift, Control, right click, assign, custom, set to edge, and click on this. As you can see now, the pivot direction changed, and the y-axis is parallel to our edges. So now, if we move, this is gonna move according to this edge. Let's press on number 3, so we see how the mesh change. And we want something a bit more pointy. I think something like this might work. Don't worry about this, we're gonna fix it after. Yeah, I think this might work. So Q. Now, every time you have, where is my pivot? Oh, yeah. Every time you click on other things, you see that your pivot is still set to this edge. So be careful, press D, right click, reset pivot. Now, press on 1. We can also fix this this vertex here. We can do it by eye. So if you want to move something by eye, be careful. Do it with the arrow or in top view if you don't want to mess up the geometry. But in this case, we can move this a bit back with the Y axis. So Q. Okay. Now, I think we are most likely there. This one actually was a bit less. Maybe we can... Yeah, this one is a bit too much probably. I don't dislike it. But yeah, let's do it a bit less. So I'll go back. If you like this, leave it as it is. If you don't like it, change it as well. So F2 center, W, Shift, Control, drag with the right click, axis, custom, set to edge, and we select the edge, and we also the other one, and we move just a little bit. Now, the reset pivot. And now we move a little bit this one. Okay, now it's a bit less intense. Okay, I think now we are ready to create our second city row. So this one. And let me see if I forgot something. Yeah, we can create the second, all these face. We want them to be a bit more inside. So we start to create a bit of a bubble to accommodate our city road. So in number 1, Control E, we select all the face, Control E, and we do a little thickness, very tiny. Let's do it 0.2, maybe a bit more, 0.3. Q to enter commands and 3 to C. Always don't forget to delete these 2 faces. So now, as you can see, we are able to create a bit of a curve here, and now we are gonna make this a bit more intense. So select these 2 faces, W, and we move them a bit back. So we start to create this shape, maybe a bit less. Okay. Same things on this side. Maybe not on these 2. Maybe we can go in edge mode, and we can select these 2, and with the Y, W, move, and we move them a bit. Always be careful with the curve. Don't exaggerate, because you can, I mean, it's really up to you. You can modify the auditorium as you prefer. But in this case, we don't want any strange shape in this case. We don't want to exceed. So let's drop Ctrl Z. So let's just go back to, okay. In this case, it's a bit better. If you want to have something even more fluid, we have two options. We can go in vertex mode. We select this vertex and we push it out a bit. So we have a nicer bubble shape. Or we can select again the edge here and just push this one out. So I think this is fine. We do the same for this one. So it's a bit nicer, the shape. Okay, I think we can also change the color of this other face. So let's start with the stage. Click on the first one, click on the second one. Yeah, it works. So I select the whole loop in this case. If you want to select just some, first one, shift, double click on the one that we want, and we have just a portion of the loop. Control Z. First one and second one, we have the whole loop. Be careful if you do the same things on this one, it's gonna select the whole loop and we don't want this. So Control Z, in this case, we select one by one that it's fast. Right click, we drag to assign existing material because I already have my shader of beige. You can create a new one. So existing material, I will select a medium beige, so something a bit less dark. Object mode, and yeah. Sometimes Maya have a very annoying bug. The materials start to overlap and you have a very strange view. If it's gonna happen, I will show you, but just to tell you now, if this happens, don't worry. You go on face, you select all the face, you go back to the normal Lambert, that is the default material. So in this case, Lambert. And after you select again the material that you want. Sometimes happens. If it's gonna happen, I will show you. But if you see a very strange definition of the material with like different color and a bit crappy, this is the reason. Just go back to your Lambert and select again the material. Okay. Last one. In this case, I think, yeah, we can select the whole loop. So first one, shift, second, and we have the whole loop. Again, here, first, second, we have the loop. First, second, we have the loop, and these two faces as well. So now we have selected all the K, the face of the K. Right click, drag to assign existing material because I already have one, but create a new one as up to you, beige one. And this one is the very clear one. Another things, if you see that your curve are a bit break, a bit not perfect, don't worry, this is normal. This is just Maya previous. To change this, we have two options. One is the fast way, so from keyboard, and we click on function, and with the arrow up, we just, is not working, yeah, because I don't have selected, select the object, function, page up. So if you click, you see that your curve changed. If I go back, it becomes the actual preview number one. So this is a bit the Maya Cadmu-Clark algorithm process. Function, and you see all the steps that she does for change the curvature. So another possibility to change this is to click on the object, attribute editor, that is this icon, the third one. And here we have some option for this object. We go on the smooth mesh option. We untick use global and we choose Maya Cadmu-Clark. This is very important. Always do this because the preview is a lot better than the use global. Preview division level. This is what we are changing before with the page up. So if I press, if I say 1, you see that is very break. If I say 4, that is the maximum. Now it's perfect. Don't go 5, don't go 6 because Maya will crash. Not with this model because it's actually I don't think you can go more than 4 in this case. But after when I'm gonna show you how to export the model, be careful to the number that you put here. Another thing is these boundary rules. We have crease all. This is very up to us, depends from the model. Now is crease all, so you see that the ending of the, let me show you. Okay. If you see now, this ending is very straight, very squarish. If we change this one to legacy, we see that all our ending became smooth. Sometimes we want this, we really want this sometimes no. So in this case, we don't want, so crease all. And another important thing is to always click on propagate edge hardness. This is very important because the preview of the crease is a lot more sharp in this way. I can show you the difference. Let's say, for example, this edge here. This is one is with the one that we just tick. If I unselect this one, you see that in this case it's actually not very visible, but you see that there is a little shade here that seems almost not a perfect straight vertices. So if we select, you see that this shadow vanished and our edge is perfectly sharp. Sometimes happen also this strange shadow. Now is not very visible. Sometimes it's more visible. It depends from the geometry. This is because of the preview, so don't worry. Your edge is sharp. You don't have any problem. It just happens when you have multiple vertices on the same multiple edge on the same vertices. In this case, we have 3, so this can happen. But don't worry, it's just a preview things. Your geometry is fine. You don't have to worry about this strange shape. Okay, I think we are good to go ahead. We have a strange things here. In this case, it's the actual geometry that create a bit of something. Maybe we can adjust a little bit the mesh. But I think for now it's fine because we don't have a lot of time. If you have time, obviously take care of your curves every time and fix your geometry to have a very nice and clean curve. Now, object mode, face mode, and we are gonna also delete the face up down here that we forgot before. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Punch. 2, 3. Actually, number 1 to see, and we are gonna also flat this face at this level, so it's all at the same one. So we select 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5. Oops, 5 face. We snap our pivot, so W to move, D and V at the same times, and with the middle mouse button, drag on one of these vertices. We click on the blue arrow, we press V, hold on, V, and with the middle mouse button, we drag on one vertices that we want at the height that we want, in this case, the stage height. And you see that all the face come down to match this. Object mode. Okay, I think we are ready to go ahead. Control D, copy in object mode always, X, and move to the side. Now we can start to create our second sitting row. Face mode. We select this face, and this one in number 1. We extrude, so Control E, offset 0.2 in this case. And if I add also the thickness, I can do at the same time, actually, without clicking again Control E. It's just easier to show you. But you see that the face will move according to the normals of the face. Because the face is inclined, the extrusion will follow this inclination. If we don't want this as in this case, we press Q. We Control E again because we didn't do the extrusion. So we have a second extrusion, and we press W. Don't lose the selection. Where is my pivot? Oh, okay. D, reset pivot. So now if I move with the axis, I can move according to the pivot face. So let's go back. Maybe let's do it from again, so it's easy to follow. We select our face. We do our first extrusion in number 1. So Control E, 0.2. Now press Q to end. And we do our second extrusion, but this time is going to be not with the number box, but we are going to do it manually. So Control E, Q to end the command. Don't lose the selection, press W. And again, I have to reset my pivot because it was stuck there. We move to the X axis and we move out. Also, let's unselect this face and this face, and we move this second face with the Y-axis. Okay, so now we can work on this extrusion, and it's perfectly flat and is not going somewhere else. So let's delete these faces. So one, crunch, and also this one, crunch. Let's crease also the perimeter, so edge mode. I think it's a perfect edge loops. If I click 2 times, yeah. Shift, crease, and middle mouse button to crease. So now press on these edges, and we are gonna make these perfectly parallel to the other one. So first things we have to do is scale on Y and scale on X, so is perfectly aligned with the Z axis. This is a very useful thing when you have to make things completely vertical. You just select the face or the edge and you scale in both axes. So this makes the object completely vertical. And we have to move this one according to the one down here. So press W, we click on this little blue square. We press V, and with the middle mouse button, we drag on the vertices of the things down. So now it's perfectly aligned. We do the same for this one. So you see again the procedure. We select the edge, we scale in Y and in X. So now it's perfectly vertical. W, we click on this blue box. We press V, and with the middle mouse button, we drag here. Don't lose the selection of V. Do this all at the same time. Don't. Maya usually works with multiple. With the keyboard is very important. It's like a piano. So you will need to use your hand on the keyboard a lot. So it's all about exercise. So now also this one, R, we scale on both axes. W, we press on the blue cube. The blue cube will allow us to move without changing the height. So V, hold on V, and middle mouse button we drag here. Last one, R, scale in both axes. And with V, we put this one here. So now is perfectly aligned to our first row. If we press number 3, we see that it starts to appear similar to our original concept. So now we have to change also this color. Let's go in face mode, select the whole loop here, and also don't select the loop here because you're gonna select everything. Just click on the first one and on the third one. Yeah, you see sometimes this happens in any case. I think it's a bug. So let's go back and we select one by one, and this is more than enough. Right click, assign material, beige 2. Actually, no, beige 1. And I'm gonna change the other one with not with a darker color. Give me just a second. Okay, I think now. Oops, now I prefer. Okay. Now we can also add a second edge loops on this one because we are gonna need these edge loops after. So let's add this one before, actually now. So edge mode, we click on this one, shift, right click, and we drag insert edge loop. In this case, we want to add edge loops randomly, let's say. So relative transform in the attribute, in the tool settings up here. And we click on relative distance. So now we are able to move where we want. We want this one somewhere here, Q. Don't lose the selection, shift, right click, drag on tool, and oops, Okay, let's do it again. This is another Maya bug. Sometimes you have to unselect. I don't know why. Select the edge loops with double click, shift, right click, crease tool, drag with the middle mouse button. Q to end and 3. So now we have a second edge loop that we can actually change the color. Don't worry about this. We are gonna fix it after. We want this to be a bit darker, so we add this edge. Okay. Actually, before was a different one. Okay, we're gonna see after. Now, Control D in object mode, W, and we move this to the side. And we are gonna create our third row. So number 1, face mode. We select this one and this one, just these two, not the third one, because we want something that is not aligned. Usually we don't like when all the extrusion are on the same level because they easily break a bit the dynamism. We prefer to have a bit shifted. So this help a lot the dynamism of the object, of the shape. So we have these two faces selected, Control E, offset 0.2, press Q to end the commands. Let's change the color of this one. So assign new material, and this was beige one. Now let's delete this face here, punch. Now select again, and we do the same that we did before. So Control E, if I do the thickness, obviously it's gonna appear randomly. So let's go back to 0, and let's press Q. So now don't lose the selection, press W to move, X, and we move for now randomly, and after we will fix. So again, edge mode, R with for this edge, we scale to make it vertical, and W, the blue square to move, to snap, to move like parallel and not in high. And hold on V and middle mouse button, we drag to the vertices that we want. We do the same for the other one, R, scale, W, blue square, hold on V, drag with the middle mouse button. This one the same. Oops, okay, perfect. And we have to delete also this space. So face mode, crunch, perfect. And we want to crease this outer edge. So edge mode, double click on the edge. We have the whole edge loops. Shift, right click, crease, drag with the middle mouse button, Q to end. Okay, I think we can have a little bit of a problem here, but it's okay. Vertex mode, we're gonna fix it in the same way we fixed before the edge. So blue square and hold on V and we scale there. Let's see this one. Yeah, same things, V, yeah. And I think we are okay. We have a similar problem here. So vertex, oops, F to center. V, always click always on this blue square, V, move. This one is fine. Oh. Now we have our third extrusion, our third things, and as you can see, our initial box is not here anymore, and our concert tool is start to appear, and it's always very satisfying to see when the curves start to appear. So when you press 1 and 3, it's always very satisfying. Now, what we have to do now? Okay, now we're gonna create a bit of this shifting with the slabs edge. So we want this one to be a bit more high, a bit more in front, this one as well. And we need this to accommodate obviously more seating row. And also because on top here, we're gonna add our, I don't know if we can call it premium because it's very up, but our last sitting row, our last bubble. So let's do this. Let's do in face mode. Let's select, we have to select this face and this face. Now we can go in top view to be a bit more precise. So I can also show you. Spacebar, right click and drag on top view. Never lose the spacebar. Never hold on always spacebar, hold on the right click and drag. Now F to center, number 1, 4, so we see, and we drag a bit in front. Not too much because this is the ceiling, this other edge, so don't push too much in front. Now we can do a little movement with the vertices. So vertex mode, we select these 2 vertex and we move them a bit to shape. Let's see, perspective mode. Yeah, I think it's fine. We just need to fix a bit this curve because it's not flowing very well. It's a bit strange. So select these vertices, W, and we move them a bit up. Yeah, it's better. Number 5. Maybe also this one. Again, moving vertices is very satisfying. It's like you massage a lot your mesh. I usually spend a lot of time doing this, so don't lose too much. I mean, lose a lot of time because the curve needs to be perfect, but you can do it also after. When you do the concept, the initial concept, you don't need always to be super precise. So, but yeah, take care of your curve. For example, this one I think is still not perfect. Let's do this bit out. Yeah. Yeah, now I like it. Still not there. Okay, I think for now it's fine. Okay, now we can also push this one a bit more in front. So same procedure, face mode, we select this one, this one, this one, and this one. Red axis, we push this one a bit, and let's make sure that this one is in the middle. So let's move with the axis. F. We have usually we have a script for Maya to make all the vertices parallel. I mean parallel, equally distance. But we're gonna do it manually. But yeah, you can also find online probably some script to do some stuff in Maya that are very useful, as like this one, for example, that make all the vertices equally distant. So now we have perfect. I mean, almost perfect because it's not perfect, but it looks equally distant. Okay, I think we are almost there. So now, Control D in object mode, shift to the right, and we are ready to create our last sitting arrangement up here. Oh, there is something there. Okay, now F to center. Face mode, we're going to create a second extrusion that I think it's a very useful extrusion because I'm going to show you in the final model. That is this one. This is the extrusion that we are going to do now. Actually, it's not this one, but we are going to do it after. But if you see here, we're going to create the space to accommodate light, the audio things, so a little gap that for the light to highlight the stage. So all these back of house things. So this is also things that we have to think when we want a nice design. We don't want to show too much all these elements. So F to center, and let's do the extrusion. So face mode, we select this one, this one, this one, this, and this three. Not the first two. Control E, The offset is going to be very tiny in this case, so offset 0.2. Q, we want the perimeter edge to crease again, so Control, right-click, to edge perimeter. And now we want to crease this one, so don't lose the selection, Shift, right-click, crease, and drag to the right. Now, face mode, and we delete this face up here. Always careful to this one because it's very important for the final mirror things. And also let's change the color. So let's select again the face, assign existing material, and we want something a bit lighter, maybe this one. If we don't like, we can change it after. Yeah, I think it's not, I prefer the opposite. So let's keep this one dark, and let's change this one to something a bit lighter. Yeah, okay, I prefer. Now, ready for the final extrusion, phase mode, number 1, because it's easier to see. We just need to extrude this one. This is our final. Control E, a little offset, 0.2, yeah. Q to finish. Again, Control E, in this case we Q to close again, W, and we move according to the axis. Let's delete the faces that we don't need, this one and this one. And we need to crease this one. So it's the one that, as you can see, is the one that allows us to have an hard edge. So Shift, right click, crease and drag. So as you can see, this is the difference. Q to finish. And now, number 1, we're gonna fix a bit also this edge. So edge mode, we scale this one with R again, and W, blue square, D, and we drag with the middle mouse button here, same procedure of before. So, same for this one, click on the edge, R, and scale with the 2. Okay. And now W, and in this case, I think we can even move this. I don't know if it's a good idea to have this one so open here. I don't think so. So in this case, we just, we can do actually one thing just to practice. Let's move these edges very close to this one. So W, and we snap here. Actually, no, wait. Let's align this in top view, it's better and easier. So spacebar, right click on Maya, top view, F to center. So this is now our top view. Don't worry about all this mess here. We are gonna obviously fix everything after. And now with the middle mouse button on, we can move this one, and we are not gonna change in the height, and we can also be more precise. Yeah. So I think something like this for now is fine, and I think we can also flat this one. Yeah, let's do it. So spacebar, perspective. Let's see. Okay, it's not so bad, but maybe, yeah, let's see what happens. So R, if we do this immediately, we are gonna create a bit of a strange things, probably because we are gonna also move, oops. Okay, we're gonna also move the vertices, and we don't want this. So Control Z. We have to snap our pivot to this one, to these vertices here. So D, V at the same times, middle mouse button, drag here. Now, if we scale, it's gonna move according to these vertices. Same stuff for this one. So D, V, drag here, and scale. So now it's perfectly aligned. I think we can do something similar also for this one. So W, D, V, sorry, not W, R, and we scale. Maybe not for this one. Let's see the result after. W, V, middle mouse, oops, be careful to select the right one. So R, DV, and drag. Okay, and now we can scale. I say that I was not sure because we move a lot this edge, this shape, but maybe it's fine. Let's see. Yeah, I think it's fine. Yeah. This is gonna be one of our main money shot, I think. Because if I highlight the vertices now with this icon up there, we have a very interesting mesh flow here. So let's go ahead. Actually, maybe we can do also a little break, 10 minutes maybe. We are almost done with the model, but maybe we can do a little break. Let's see also if there are any questions. Oh, sorry. Can you repeat these steps? Yeah, if you're a beginner, don't worry. Look before some of the tutorial on YouTube from Mariana, and after follow this one. I know that can be a bit complex, but it's very, after you start to understand the command and be a bit faster with shifting the command, it's gonna be much easier. But yeah, before the tutorial, the introduction from Mariana on YouTube is, I think, is fundamental to exercise a bit before. Yeah, I try Blender. I feel more comfortable with Maya, but it's really personal, the program that you use. If you feel better in Blender, it's fine. And yeah, maybe, yeah, let's do 5 minutes, 10 minutes of break. I don't know if Mariana or someone from Design Morphing is here. Okay, I'll be back in 10 minutes. Okay, back. Hello. Okay, I think we can start again. I was still sharing. Okay, back to Maya. So, we were here, what we need to do. Okay. I think we can also scale this one vertical, or maybe no. Yeah, let's try. So let's start again. Edge mode on this one, select the vertices, sorry, the edge, R to scale. We snap our pivot again, so WB middle mouse button here, and let's scale on both axes. Let's see the result. Yeah, I think it's a bit better. Okay, let's do it. Now, object mode. What we have to do now is, this one I think is a bit too low, the curve is a bit too pointy. Maybe we can just try to move this this edge a bit more on the left. So we align the pivot to this edge as we did before. Shift, Control, right click. No, sorry. Shift. Why is not? Because it was okay. Press on W, Shift, Control, and now we can set our pivot to the vertices. So let's do it again. If this is not appear, it's because you have to select the edge of the object that you want to move, W, and Shift, Control, right click, drag to axis custom and set to edge. And we want this edge here. Now W, where is my pivot? It's here. So reset the pivot before in case, or just snap the pivot here now. And now we can move. Let's do it in number 3 so we see a bit the result. Yeah, I think it's missing an edge loops, honestly. I would, maybe after we can do it. If I add an edge loops here, probably it's gonna be a bit better. Yeah, you see that the curvature now is a bit less loose, but for now, let's keep it like this. To delete an edge loops again, double click or whatever it is, one edge loops, Control, delete. Never forget this. This is very important. Or you're gonna have a lot of little vertices around that you don't know how to delete one by one. And it can be very, very messy. So I think, let's see here. Yeah, I think we can start to add a little bit of light, a little bit of detail that are always nice, especially the light is always fun to create them. So let's do this. Press to center. Now, number 1. First, we can create this little extrusion for all the technical things. So face mode, right click face mode, click on the first one, face here, click on the second one, and we select this little loop. And now one by one, we select this, and this. We have this face here. Control E, we do a very, very tiny offset, 0.02. Let's see if it's enough. Let's select the perimeter. So Control, Shift, Control, right click, to edge perimeter. And now don't lose the selection, Shift, right click, crease. And middle mouse button, drag. It's really like automatic at some point to do this. So it's just a matter of practice, don't worry. And now we also need to remember that we have to delete all the faces here. So face mode, don't forget that now we have also a tiny one here. If we press 3, we see these weird things. So select this face, delete. Now, this one, and we can select the last one, double click with Shift and catch. Now to do the little extrusion, we just need to add a very tiny, oops, we have to zoom in a lot. To move the object like the camera like this, you just need to click on Alt and to drag with the right mouse button. So left mouse button, you move like the camera like this. With the right click, you orbit, and with the middle mouse, you palm. So you have this 3 camera movement. So if you want to go very close to an element, you just need to do this with the right click and Alt always selected. So now this edge here, that is the one that we just created, the little offset. We zoom on a lot on this one, and we add 1 edge loops here. So Shift, right click, insert edge loops, and we add 1 very close in the middle there. It's fine. Q, and now we crease this one. I have a Maya bug, so I need to unselect and reselect the edge. You probably don't have, so you can just don't lose the selection and Shift and crease. I will just unselect and reselect. So Shift, right click, crease. Q to N and trim. So now we have this little extrusion plus the edge, and I will show you why we need this one. Yeah, okay. So now, face mode. We click on this face, W. Don't forget that we have the pivot in a weird location now, in a weird position. So reset the pivot, D, hold on D, right click, reset pivot. And with the blue arrow, we just push down a bit this face. So now the second edge loops was needed because we need our edge to, we have 2 options. We extrude again, so we are able to do the little extrusion. In this case, it's very useful just to do this. So now edge mode, we select this edge, and actually let's select this one before, and we push this one a bit up and a bit out to avoid this very strange shadow that we had before, this overlapping. So let's push this a bit out. Okay, and now we can change the color of this face, like it was on hole or something. So let's make it dark. Select the whole loop, first one, and second one to select the loop with Shift. So first one, Shift, right click on the second one. Right click, assign new material or existing material. I already have one in this case, and I want a black. So 2, 3. Actually, no, was already in 3, sorry. And now we have this gap that if you want to be very precise, obviously we can actually create an hole or delete these spaces to have an actual hole. In this case, we are just doing a concept, so we are just demonstrating that we can accommodate some technical things there. Now, light. How to do light? We have multiple ways. We can just add edge loops very close to the other one to create this line with this light stripe. We can do little extrusion. We can add light in a lot of different modes. I think in my original model, I just add little edge loops here and there. Yeah, there. Actually, this the light line helps a lot to the dynamism of the auditorium. So let's do them. The first one is going to appear up here. So let's start from this one. Let's click on this edge, Shift, right click, insert edge loop. Always relative distance, so we can choose where to put the edge. And we want this one very close. So hue to end. Let's crease this edge. So shift, right click, crease, and drag to the right. And now we can change the color of this face. Face mode. Click on the first one, shift, click on the second one. And now we are going to create an emissive material. So I'm going to show you. I already have mine, but I'm going to show how to do it. So right click, assign new material. And in this case, we want a bleed. And okay, in this case, it doesn't appear here. So just with your middle mouse button, just scroll on this up there on these windows. Yeah, my bleed 7 is the one. So let's change the name. Let's call it light. I already have one, so let's call it light 2. Change the color to a very white. And also the incandescence, let's push it to the max. So now it seems like a light material. Okay. And now if I go in object mode and I unselect the preview, I don't want to see the edge, number 3, I have this light stripe up there that is quite nice. Maybe it's still a bit too big. Don't exaggerate with the measure. Don't make super thick light line. But in this case, I think it's fine for this, like this. Now, the second light is gonna appear. Actually, I want a light here, but okay, let's do it after. Let's continue with the second sitting row light. So first one, edge mode. Click on the first one, click on the edge, shift, right click, insert edge loop, and drag a new edge. To finish, this is very important, or you're gonna add a lot of edge loop around. Double click to select the loop, shift right click, crease tool, and drag to the right. And now face mode, we select the whole loop, so click on the face, double click on the second one, right click, assign existing material, light 2. And here we have our second set of light. Actually, we are adding, okay, I'm doing it wrong because I'm adding the light to the interior of the sitting row. This means that I'm not gonna see very well the light in perspective. So let's delete this one and let's add this from outside. So let's select the edge and control catch. Don't worry about this. Let's keep the color again. This was a beige 2. Yeah. No, beige 1 probably. Yeah. Okay. So let's add the light on this side. Edge, this one. Shift, right click, insert edge loop. And let's drag an edge loop here. Double click if you have the bug. If you don't have, it's fine. Shift, right click, crease. Face mode. We select the whole loop with first face, second, hold on shift, double click on the second one, and light 2. Yeah, now you see the light also from the perspective. Let's do the same for this one. I do it very fast, but okay, this one is gonna be very tiny. Actually, I already have this one. Okay. Why I have a second edge here? I don't know. It's fine. Let's use this one. Actually, no, let's delete this one and let's add a bigger one because this one was very tiny. So insert edge, drag an edge loop, and crease. I have the bug, so okay. Oops. Okay. We select the whole face loop and light 2. Let me also change the color of this one. Something happens. Beige one. Okay. Now we have our nice light in the correct location. Let's do the same for this one. So number 1 and edge. Insert edge loop. Drag an edge loop. In this case, we won't need to be a bit careful because when we have this difference between the in the width of the loop, in this case, this one is very thin, this one is a bit bigger, the edge loops is gonna appear a bit not at the same distance in all the everywhere. So let's fix it manually after. So Q, double click, crease. Let's change the color to light. Back to. Okay. Yeah, you see this one, it became very, very big. So let's just move this edge manually. Let's click on this one, W, and let's move with the red arrow. Just to don't have a super thick light. That is a bit unrealistic. Okay. Q3 to see the smooth mesh. And I think I'm not very happy with this vertex. Okay. Yeah. Okay, and now let's add also one here. So where I want this one, outside or inside? Think inside. Yeah, let's do it inside. So edge mode one, number 1. So you can add the edge loop. Shift, right click, insert edge loop. And drag a very tiny light line here. Q3. Yeah, as you can see, it's not equally distant everywhere, but we can also fix this one. So shift, right click, crease, and drag to the right. And now face mode, we select the loop and we change the material with right click, assign existing material, light 2. Let's see if it's very visible that is not all the same. Yeah, it's not amazing. Maybe let's add this one outside. Maybe it's better. Okay, let's go back. Control Z, Control Z. Okay. Now let's add the light outside. Shift, right click, insert edge loop, drag the edge loop, Q to end, double click to select the loop, just if you have the bug. If not, it's ready to do it. Crease and drag. And now we can select face mode and select the light, the loop, and change the material. Yeah, I think it's a bit better. And the light is still visible on this view. Okay, let's go ahead. We want a light also here. Or actually here we can do both. We can create a light and we can also do the little extrusion as before for the technical things. So let's do this. Insert edge loops tool, Q to finish, and crease. So now we have another. In this case, I think it's better if we create multiple edge loops. I'm going to show you before why. Shift, let's insert another one. And another one. This one we can do it also closer. Q, let's select all 3 and let's crease. I do this because I want the light to don't be at the edge of the extrude of the slabs. So I'm gonna add the light material here on the first that I create. The second one is gonna be the same dark color of the main one. Beige 3, okay. And now I can, you need to be careful to move the right one now. We can select this face. Oh, we are here. We select the light and the little dark face that we just do, and we push down both. Where is my pivot? I didn't select. Okay. W, and let's push down this. In this way, the light is not is very tiny detail, but at least the light is not on the edge of the slabs. And okay, I think we can also move this edge a bit out. Okay, and the vertex as well. And we can change again the color of this face loop in black. Where is black? Perfect. And let's see if here something happens. Yeah, let's just where is my pivot? Okay. Let's just move these vertices a bit out so don't overlap. Okay. Now we have a bit of light. I honestly really want to have a light also here. Oops. On this edge. So in this case, we already did the extrusion before, so we can use another technique so you can also see. We do a little extrusion. Yeah, let's do an extrusion and let's delete this light on top. I'm on the final sitting row. Let's delete the light that we had before. So Control Delete on the edge, always Control Delete. And now we have to select all the face of this mesh. So let's do it manually for this 1, 2, 3, and 4. And this one is a loop, so we can select the first one, Shift, and double click on the second one. So now we have the whole loop. Now let's create again the light. Control E, extrusion. We are going to do a little offset of, let's say, 0.05. Oops, no, 0.05. Yeah, even a bit more maybe. So it's visible, 0.07. Too much. Okay, yeah, now I think it's going to be very tiny, the space here, but hopefully it's not going to create any problem. So now Q to N, don't lose the selection, Control, right click to edge perimeter to select the perimeter that we want to crease. Now Shift, right click, crease tool, and drag to the right. Let's press on 3, and let's delete all the face that we are created that we don't need. So let's do it in number 1. So this tiny one here, this one up here, and also the tiny one here. Always careful to this one. Crunch. I think we have all of them. Now, let's change the material for this loop that we just create, and also around here. Click on the first one, Shift, click on the second. Right click, assign material, existing material, light tube. So as you can see, the extrusion was needed because we create the light in all the perimeter actually. So this is another way to create light, little extrusion, and you have the light on the perimeter. As you can see, this was the thing that I want to avoid before. Now we have the light exactly on the edge of the hole. I think it's fine, it's not a problem, but if you want, just delete do it at the beginning, like. Okay, I think we are good to go ahead. Let's see. Yeah, I think we did everything. We can go a bit. Now, let's see what happens to this space. We should create also a light here. So number 1, select the edge in edge mode, Shift, right click, insert edge loop. And we drag a nice light also here. Q to end, double click on the edge loop if you have the bug. Shift, right-click, crease, and drag to the right. Number 3. Yeah, I think it's fine. Like face mode, and we select the face. Where is light 2? Okay, perfect. Now, I think we are good to go to mirror our auditorium, honestly. Yeah, I think we are done with all the extrusion work. Our auditorium is here, so we already have this shape, and yeah, we are ready to mirror. I think I don't have this nice moment in mind. Let's see. Yeah, because I create the light outside, so I don't have the light here, but I think it's fine. Okay, now let's copy this one. Object mode, Control D, W, and let's move to the side. Now we are ready to mirror. And to do it, we have 2 options. Let's go in edge mode first things. Actually, let's do another way. Spacebar, top, we go in top view. Spacebar, right click on Maya, drag on top view. F to center. And now we have the top view. Click on number 4, so we see in transparency. Vertex mode, and we select all these vertices, all of them. We snap the pivot to the one that we know is the one that the more external one, to align everything. And so to do it, D, V, and drag the pivot here. R, and scale on the axis. So now everything is aligned and very satisfying. Let's go again in perspective mode. So spacebar, Maya, right click on Maya and perspective. Number 5 to see the color. And to mirror, we have 2 options. The first one is to copy the element, to copy the object. So Control D. We have to snap the pivot to one vertices that is on the border. So W, just to see the pivot. Press on D, press on V, and middle mouse button on and drag on these vertices. Now we have to go up there on modify. So where is file, edit, create, we go modify, we freeze the transformation. If we do this, let's see if it's, yeah. You see all these numbers that I have now in the channel box. If I freeze the transformation, modify, freeze the transformation, everything is reset to 0. So the memory of the object is, of the location of the object is deleted. And now everything is set to 0. Now we are ready to mirror the half of our auditorium. To do it, we need to go to the channel box. So the first icon, we mirror in Y, because it's like basically the mirror. In this case, we are doing this. So that's why we need to scale in Y. So let's go and scale Y. Now is 1, we do -1. Enter, and as you can see, we have our second half. Is black because the mesh is from the opposite side. You don't see the mesh black when it's from the opposite side. We just need to go on light and choose side lighting. If it's not tick, please tick, because you see all the interior mesh now is dark. If I tick this one, everything became color. Also, I think, yeah, now I think it's fine now. So the problem is that now we have 2 different objects and we cannot merge the vertices. So we have to combine the 2 objects. Let's select both. It's very funny, the shape from the outside. It almost seems like a little happy face. Happy granny Okay, let's combine these two halves. So let's click on both, Shift, right click, and combine down here. Now, every time we do this, we have to delete the history of the object. So this means that all the things that we did before, it's gonna be deleted and reset. So the object is starting from scratch. So to do this is very important when you combine object. You see that you have all these in the outliner, all these transformation, all these things. If you do on edit, delete by type, history, all these will vanish and we can delete these two things. If we don't do this, most likely, if I delete these two without do the delete history, yeah, everything is going to be a mess. So to keep clean the outliner and the object, let's just delete the history. So edit, delete by type, history. There is also the shortcut to do it. That is Alt-Shift-D. So it's really how much you are comfortable with the keyboard. And now we can delete this two empty group. So now we have our object combined, but it's still divided in two. If I go in face mode, I can still select both separate. What I need to do now is go in top view. So spacebar, Maya, top view, vertex. Just to be sure to don't mess other vertices, I'll select all the middle one, Shift, right click, merge vertices, and we merge not to the center because it's going to be a mess, but merge vertices. And this helps to merge all the vertices, all the vertices that are very, very close to each other. So in this case, they are touching because it's symmetric. And this is the how much they are close. So it's going to merge all the vertices they are close of this number. So yeah, connected. So press Q, and now you see that all the curve are became connected and smooth and fine. This one no, because we have a crease edge. So edge mode, then select the loop. To be sure that Maya connect perfectly the two halves, we just need to check if the middle loop is flowing. If it breaks somewhere, so the orange is not complete, it means that some vertices are not connected, and we need to go close and check which one is. If this happens, we can just, let's say that this vertex is the vertex mode, let's say that this vertex is not connected, like in this case. You see, because this can happen. In this case, we just need to select the two vertex, Shift, right-click, merge vertices, and just in this case, because they are close and they are in the same location, maze vertices to center. So now they are back together. So if something happens and the middle edge is not flowing, just check which vertices is breaking the loop and connect in this way. So Shift, right-click, merge vertices, merge to center. If you do this in other when you have, for example, if we have to merge again the two halves and we select all these, if we go to Shift, right click, merge vertices and merge to center, it's gonna create a mess. So that's why we use the other merging option. Okay, I think now everything is connected, and no, actually here we have one of these problems, so we can do it. Merge to center. Which one is? Maybe it's this one. No, I have a crease. I didn't say, sorry. Let's uncrease this edge. To uncrease is the same things to crease. So Shift, right click, crease, but I drag to the other side. So on the left. If I go on the right, I crease, left, uncrease. Also in this case, do it multiple times because sometimes it's not working perfectly. And here we are. The auditorium is joined, it's together, it starts to appear, and I think it looks nice. It's ready for all the rest. Yeah, this final hole is a bit too circular, but it's fine. I think it's fine for now. If you have time and you are not a first timer, you can go around and find a better shape. But in this case, I think I will leave it like this. I don't know if it's in my original was similar. No, it was a bit wider. Okay. Let's try maybe to fix it. I'll do it fast, but to don't lose too much time. Why it was like this though? Okay, maybe let's try to write this on this. Yeah, okay, I start to get a bit less circular. So if you have this problem, just align a bit more the vertices a bit more parallel. You can also do it by eye, it's your choice. Also here I have a strange curve, so be careful that all your curves are perfect all around. Yeah. I think it's going good. Yeah, there is some little issue here and there, but if you have time, go around and fix. It's always better if you fix on one half and after you mirror again, so you don't have to be worried, care that you have to do the same movement on the other side, but I think for now is okay. Yeah. I think this one was better before. Okay, yeah, it's fine like this. Let's not lose too much time. I think we can also create a little light here, honestly, that we forgot before. Yeah, so number 1, and we add a little edge here. Insert edge loop, very tiny here. Number 3, let's crease this. Oops, this one. And select the face loop and change the material. Okay. Yeah, I think now, yeah, I have all the light I want. I think I still want 1 here, honestly. Sorry. Adding light is always like a drugs. You start adding and adding. Don't add too much. All right, it is gonna look like a flashlight, like a okay, and light. Okay, yeah. So our K is a bit more emphasized. I think we can also raise the stage a bit more, probably. So let's select all these vertices, W, and let's push it up. Okay. Yeah, probably I would just like start adjusting a bit these to have a nicer curve, but I think it's fine. Also here we can move this one a bit, go around, have fun, like modify the auditorium as you like. It's very satisfying when you start to massage the mesh. And I think we need to move them a bit up as well. Not too much. Okay, I think it's fine. Okay, and here we are. The auditorium is almost done. Yeah. Now we can start to create some little detail that usually helps the realism. So we can close, obviously, the pavement. We have the stage, a little balustrade, and obviously the sitting row. I think the sitting row, I can sending you these. They are not going to be super precise because it depends from the model, obviously. Already here, they were not 100% precise because we do it in Maya and sometimes they just pop out a bit. So like, for example, here, but it's fine. Just for the screenshot to render after, I think it's more than okay. So I'm going to send you the file probably with the seating arrangement. And if it's not matching perfectly, you can just start to delete some seating, or maybe you can also find some script on Grasshopper. If you know how to use Grasshopper, maybe you can do them in Grasshopper, or maybe you can download one from Google. It's really up to you. Or I mean, the best way and the more precise to do in Maya is always do it one by one, but they are 1,000, so it's not gonna be an option for now. And also we are gonna create a bit of steps. Yeah, you see here it's not 100% perfect, but it's fine. For the screenshot and for the retexturing, they are gonna work quite well. So yeah, let's add some steps, the balustrade, and a little bit of a curtain here, the stage. Yeah, let's go. So let's copy this one, Control D, W, and move to the side. Now, what we have to do is a bit more, require a bit more precision, but we can do it with I. So let's go in top view maybe. Select, no, wait, delete. Let's start from 0. Face mode and select these two faces. Spacebar, let's go in top view. Now F to center and press 4. So we should see, yeah, okay. We should see if the curve that we are creating is a nice curve or not. So now that we have these two faces, we need to drag them to the center of the auditorium with the axis. Obviously here is going to create a bit of a mess, so let's do carefully one by one. So let's go back to perspective and let's move this in vertex mode maybe. Let's move this one a bit more. We can also do in perspective mode. You just need to be careful to use the right axis and don't move them in the blue axis of the Z. So what we have to do is close a bit the pavement. So let's start to move the vertices. It's gonna be a bit more done by eye, a bit less precise maybe, but we just need to be sure that the curve is a nice curve for now. So let's move the vertices. Okay, I think it's not 100% perfect. Oh, now I think it's work. Yeah, I would prefer to have this one as still a bit more inside maybe. I'm doing it fast, but take your time if you have to do it. Okay. Good. Was better before, and maybe this too, and it's fine. Okay. Press 5. Boom. Jesus. I moved the wrong one. Let's delete this light. Control delete. And yeah, maybe let's add the light inside. So let's select the loop and change the material. To what was beige true, I think. So if we want again this light, we need to create this inside. Okay. Crease, face mode, and change the material to light. not to all maybe, just to the loop. Light. Okay. So now we have the pavement. It's still not 100% perfect, but yeah, we can stay there we are for ages trying to fix all the loop. I mean all the curve. It's usually something that I really like to do, but we don't have so much time, so let's just try to adjust as much as we can. Okay, for now I think it's fine. So now we have to close this. And let me just check on things. Okay, it's possible we're gonna have a little bit of a problem here, but we're gonna solve it. So another very interesting tools that we use very often in Maya is the bridging tool. I'm gonna show you very quick what it does, and after we are gonna do our bridging pavement. So bridging is basically if I do an extrusion here and an extrusion here, in let's say something like this, I delete the face. It's very important. You can just bridge nude vertices, so vertices that are not connected to other things. So this one is the final vertices, and it doesn't touch two different face. So this one as well, and shift right click and bridge. That is this one. Bridge basically connect two edge together. So if I press 3, I have this actually it's quite an interesting shape. I'm not gonna use it, but maybe if one of you want to create something on the stage, you can start to do something. So if I bridge, I have this, and I can also bridge the whole things, selecting all of them and bridge. So in this case, I create a nice, not very useful tunnel. So also very important is that for bridging, I always need to have the same number of edges. I cannot bridge unpair number. So one edge to the other edge. So Ctrl Z, delete this beautiful tunnel. Okay. So that's what we are gonna do for our pavement. This curve is bothering me a lot, honestly. So let's try very quick to fix this. Maybe it's just too much inside. Okay, it's okay. It's not perfect, but it's okay. So let's fix before this little problem that we have here, because we have a light line that we want to continue around, but if we bridge directly these two, obviously we don't have the line. Yeah, maybe we can create the line after. So let's bridge. To do it, edge mode. Let's select the first one and the second one, and shift, right click, bridge. First one, let's do it in number 1 because it's better. So second one, same things. To repeat the command, if we want to, when you are bridging a lot of faces, it's much faster to repeat the command with a shortcut that is G. If you press G, you repeat the command, any command. So if you extrude, if you press G, you extrude again. If you change color on one mesh, if you press G on another one, you change with the same color. So it's very useful when we have to do repetitive work. So edge, edge, G, edge, edge, G. Now we have this little problem. We cannot bridge the edge that are touching themselves. So what we have to do here is very easy. we just need to add an edge loops in the middle. So Shift, right click, insert edge loop. In this case, we need one precisely in the middle. So tool setting is the second icon on top, multiple edge loops, and one is fine. So let's drag edge loops. Let's press Q to finish. Vertex mode. Let's select the vertex, and we're gonna snap this one to this one. So right square, hold on V, and middle mouse button, drag to this one. And now we have obviously to merge these two vertices, because if I press 3, we see that this curve is not flowing because this vertices is not connected. So Shift, select these two vertices, Shift, right click, merge vertices. In this case, because they are touching, I can merge the center. And you see that now the curve is flowing. So, okay, and now we are gonna fix this little issue here. To do it, we need to do a little extrusion on this pavement. So let's select this face. Let's do it in number 1. Control E, extrusion. We do a little offset, 0.02, let's see. No, a lot more actually, 0.09. Let's do 0.1. Okay. Q, don't lose the selection. Control, Shift, right click, to edge perimeter, and let's crease. So Shift, right click, crease, and drag to the right. Now we need to delete this face, these two. One face mode, 1 and 2. These are the face in the middle, kanji. Now we do this because we want to have this little light line flowing around. So we have to merge vertex mode, these two vertex. So again, we are gonna snap this pivot, this vertex to this one. Number 1, if you're not in number 1, W, blue square, that is this one. Hold on V and drag to this. And now we can select both, Shift, right click, merge vertices to the center. And now it's still not working because I didn't complete the things, the bridging, but hopefully after it's gonna work. If it's not gonna work, we're gonna find another way. Vertices again, so this one, W, blue square, hold on the middle mouse and drag here. Let's select both, Shift, right click, merge vertices, merge to the, merge to the center. Now Q, and it's done. Now let's change the light of this loop, the color. So pressing the first one, Shift, double click on the second one, right click, assign existing material, light. Okay, and now we can increase this loop. So Shift and increase. Now what we have to do is to bridge this one to this one and this one to this one. Shift, right click, bridge. Okay, I think this is not gonna work because, yeah, let's see. Let's add the edge loops that we are missing in the middle as before. And now we can Q to end, vertex, select these vertices, and again, snap this one with the blue square on this one. So V and drag on this one. Select both and merge to the center. Okay, no, yeah, actually it's flowing. We have these very strange things, but it's okay. Let's find a way to avoid this. And now we also have to bridge this one, but I think they are, yeah, we can just merge to the center. Okay. Now, we need to make this stage a bit less bubbly because it's very not useful. So press number 1, and to make this, we are gonna do the things that I was saying you before at the beginning. So we're gonna add edge loop to make this square, this stage a bit less curvy. So click on this edge, shift, right click, insert edge loop, multiple edge loops. We're gonna add 3 in this case. Okay. And also, yeah, I think it's fine. And we are going to use this one to create another very technical things for Auditorium. So the back of the stage, like where you enter to the stage. I don't know the name in English, sorry. So let's finish to crease these vertices. And let's see if this work. I think we're going to have a little issue, but let's see if we can avoid. Okay, let's delete this light line, this light from here. So face, change the material. Let's change to the dark one maybe, so it's different. It's actually an interesting detail, but we want the light to be thin. So let's add again the light here. Shift, insert edge loop. Let's check here, relative, not multiple, so we can just drag where we want. We are gonna add here, Q to finish, double click if you have the Maya bug, shift right click crease tool, and drag to the right. Face mode, and we select the old face, and light. Obviously here is gigantic, let's fix it manually. Yeah. Actually, these are almost all things that we can fix also with just half, and after we join again, but it's fine. Let's always make sure that the edges are aligned. If they are aligned, the things is gonna be perfect. It's always better to do it in top view, so let's do it. Spacebar, right click on Maya, top view. 4, and here we are with our beautiful edge to fix. At least we are sure that we don't move on Z. Sometimes happens, and it's very annoying because after you have to go back and redo again or fix one by one, and it's quite annoying. So I should have tell you before, but be careful to this. Okay. Perspective, number 5. And now should be, maybe it's a bit bigger. No, it's fine. I think it's fine. Now, let's create the stage. Actually, let's create also this one and this one. Okay. Now we can create the stage. To do it, we have to copy the mesh. So object mode, Control D, and we're gonna use for the first time the isolating tools. So we isolate the mesh, and is this icon up there? So I don't know if you see this little icon here. This is very useful and very important. So if you want to isolate a mesh, let's click on this one. So we see just the mesh that we are working on. Now, we want to use just the face that are part of the stage. So face mode, we select this one. So we just drag and select all of them. Sorry. And we need to invert the selection to delete all the other one. To do it, there is a shortcut, Control Shift I all together. And in this way, we just invert the selection. We can do this with all, with vertices, with edges, but with face usually is the useful one. And we catch the other one. As you can see, we lose the the curvy one, the fillet, but don't worry, we're going to achieve it again when we extrude. So now let's unisolate, and now we have our mesh and the other one on top. So let's center the pivot, because now the pivot is still centered with the whole auditorium, but we don't have anymore the complete one. So the reset pivot. And now we need to rise the stage a bit. So let's click on the blue axis, and let's say up there we want the stage 1 meter up. Yeah. Now let's isolate again the mesh, the icon up there. Now edge mode, let's select with double click on the on one edge to select the whole perimeter, and let's extrude. So Control E, and as you can see, we have again our fillet. If we don't want to extrude, another way to have again the fillet was the things that I showed you before. So Control Z. In the attribute editor of the mesh, so select the mesh attribute editor, and when it say crease hole, we just say legacy. Why is not working? Because okay. We need to untick use global and select Maya Canton Clark and legacy. We have again our fillet, and let's also change propagate edge hardness. So now edge mode, let's select the perimeter, extrude down -1. Oops, no, it was 1. Okay. Q to finish. Let's crease also this one. And I think, but maybe no, let's unisolate. Yeah, it's better. Let's crease also this one. So they are touching the end. Yeah. And maybe let's also change the double click on the mesh to select all the face. Right click, existing material, and let's change all the color. Yeah. Light one. Yeah, you see this is a bug. It's not changing the color. When this happens, let's choose Lambert one, and it works. And now we can go back to the material that we want, beige one. Perfect. Okay, now we can start to play a bit with the stage. Let's select these two. Let's push this out. Yeah. Okay. And we want also to add some little steps in front. To do it, I think we have, sorry, I'm just thinking one things. Okay, let's do steps to for all the stage, because we can also just try to make steps on one side, but it's more complex and I don't want to lose too much time for the retexturing. So let's try like this. So press number 1, edge, select this edge. We're gonna add edge loops to make steps. So this one is the first way to do steps in Maya. So shift, right click, insert edge loops, and let's go to tools, tool settings, and we want to add a certain number of steps. So let's say it's 1 meter. Let's do it precisely. Okay, let's add, I think, 4 edge loop to have around 0.2 height steps, or maybe 5. Maybe it's better 5. Let's add 5. So they are a bit tinier and realistic. Okay. Now, Q to finish. Don't lose the selection, because we are going to use another command that is the bevel tools. So shift, right click, bevel. This command will duplicate all the edges that we have beveled. So careful when you use it, you have to select a loop, or you're going to create some messy face with 3 vertices that are not good. So be careful to have always 4 vertices face is better. It's not a big, obviously you are up, you can, in some case you can use also 3-phase, but use always 4. Is better when you export in Rhino and everything. So now we have created a very tiny space, but I think it's fine because we don't need to see this one. So Q to finish. Let's select the first one and the last one of the series with Shift, double click, and we select all the series. Now Shift, right click, Control, right click, to edge perimeter. Sorry, we have to select the loop actually. So Control, right click, edge loop to edge loop, and we have selected all the edge loop of all the vertices, the edge. So now we crease, Shift, right click, and crease tool, and drag to the right. Let's press 3. And when we bevel, sometimes we lose some of the crease. So let's crease again this guy and this one. Okay, now they are touching. Now, to create the steps, we are gonna work on this middle edge. So edge, let's select this one, W. Okay. And we're gonna move this in front. Because we create a second edge loose very tiny, we are able to do it. If we didn't have this one, the problem was this one. So we're gonna have like ramp and not steps. So let's do it precisely. So they are all the same on their X. So let's say 0.3. Yeah. So now we select also the second one and we do 0.3 again. Another one, 0.3. Another one, 0.3. Yeah. And last one, 0.3. Okay, now we have, they are a bit tiny. Yeah, let's make them a bit bigger. Let's say another 0.3, so 0.6 in total. Okay. Every time you have to be sure that the X is selected and you have to write on top on the X and press enter. Okay, maybe now they're a bit too much. I don't know, but it's fine. Let's use them. What we can do? We can create a bit of an inclination. So let's select all these vertices and let's drag a bit in front. So we have this sort of inclination. That is nice. And we can also create some light under, but I think it's gonna be too much work. So let's just change the color so we see the steps. So select the first phase, Shift, double click on the second one. Same for this one, double click on the second one, Shift on this one, double click on the second one, and we select all these. So not the flat one, but the vertical. And we're gonna change the material. What we want. Maybe this case we can use a black, or it's too dark. Let's up. I don't know. No, I think it's. I mean, it's a big difference. Let's do like this. Maybe in case we change it. Now, let's create the openings on the stage. So press number 1, edge mode. We're gonna bevel this edge loop again. So 1, double click, Shift, double click on the second one, Shift, double click to add the selection also this one. So again, just to be sure. Let's double click on the first one to select all the loop, Shift to add other things to the selection, double click on the second one, and double click on the third. Now, Shift, right click, bevel edge, and also in this case is automatic. It's fine this number. We can also make it bigger. Oops. If you click Control and you drag on top here with the left mouse, you can scroll all the measure easily. So let's do one very close. And Q to quit. Now, again, click on the first one, Shift, click on the last one. We select all of them. Now we want the loop, so Control, right-click, Edge Loop to Edge Loop, and we have all the edge loops selected. Now we have to crease, so Shift, right-click, Crease tool, and drag to the right. Now, what we have to do now is just create this little shape that usually have this very nice drawing. So the actor and musician or whatever they are, they can pass through here. We're not gonna create the openings, but oops, we'll just add a black material like we did up there, just to keep the idea. So edge mode, we select this edge that is the first one of the two. Oops, sorry. The first one of the two. We do the same things for this one, so the first one of the two, and same for the last one. Now, we have all our three edge. Press R to scale, and now we are gonna scale a bit inward, so in the y-axis. We're gonna open a bit them. And maybe we can push them also a bit in front, not too much. Okay. Yeah, I think it's fine. Now, don't lose the selection. Press Ctrl to remove object from the selection. Let's drag and let's remove all of this face. Careful, because we are also, before we were selecting also face under the stage. So we have to select all of them, unselect all of them. So press Ctrl and drag to unselect this one. Let's go back to 5. Now we have to lower also the top one. So W, let's press on the blue. We can do precisely with a number, but in this case is not necessary. So let's drag by eye down. Up. So now we have this detail. Q, 3, and okay, we lose the crease here because we bevel. So let's isolate the stage. Sorry, the zoom box is a bit in the middle. Okay, let's isolate with the icon on top here. And now we have to crease again these. So edge mode, this one, and crease. Okay. And now we can also change the color of the back face. So press on the first one, double click on the second one. Sorry, press on the first one, Shift, double click on the second one. First one, second one, double click, and that's it. So change material and we go for black. Okay, sure. And now unisolate. And we have a nice shade. We also have some shade behind. Is an additional detail that I think is nice. Okay. Now we can create the curtain. So let's duplicate again the mesh. Control D. Control D to copy, isolate the mesh. So this icon. And now we have to select the face that we want to extrude to create the curtain. I'm gonna show you why. Face mode, let's select this one. And the last one is this one. Is that it doesn't work because it creates another loop. So let's do it piece by piece. So first one, Shift, let's go up here, and the final one is here. So continue to click Shift, first one, another one here, and the final one. Again, first one, always pressing Shift, don't lose the Shift. This one and the final one. Now let's invert the selection as we did before. So Control Shift I and punch. And now we have our stage. Now to create the curtain, we have multiple things. I mean, you can also just download one curtain from Google. I will do it in Maya just because for now it's faster and we just need to give the idea for the retexturing. So first, let's again select the loop here. So first one, this one and this one, always with Shift. Okay. And now we can create, we can center the pivot on this vertex. So W, just to see the pivot. Press D, P, and drag to this vertex. Now we can create a little extrusion. So Control E. Don't change nothing, don't lose the selection. Press Q to finish. R. And now we scale down a little bit. So what I did is just pushing down the top edges. Now, if we have this selected and we just want to select the face touching this edge, we can actually no, let's do it in another way because it's easier and faster. So let's go in face mode, first face, Shift, second face, again and again. Now invert the selection, Control Shift I and delete. So now we have our sort of curtain object mode, and let's change the material. We want a transparent one, so let's create one. Assign new material, bling, curtain, show, because I think I already have one. You want a white one, not super white, so never go to super white because we delete all the shadow. And let's add a bit of transparency just to have a translucent material. Okay, now if we unisolate, object mode, we have our curtains, but they are also very straight, so we can modify them a bit, or maybe no. For now, it's fine. If we have time, we're gonna do it. So these are our curtains for now. Last important things. Let's create the steps for the theater. So just to keep a copy of the mesh, Control D and H, and we hide the element. You see in the outliner, this one that is dark gray is because it's hide. If we press H again, it will appear again. If we do this one with the other one, H to hide the mesh. So now let's work on this one in number 1. We need to add some edge loop to create the steps. So edge mode, click on this one, Shift, right click, insert edge loop. We can add 5, I think, yeah, 5. And let's drag 5 edge loops. We also need to bevel them to create the steps. Actually, no, I forgot one thing before. Q. Don't. Okay, we need to rise a bit this one in order to create the steps because we want an inclined surface. So let's press on this one, these two, and also on this and this, and these two. So we have these 6 edge loops, maybe also this one and this. Never the final one because we're gonna rise everything. Just the first one. It's we can do this in the first one, but not in the other one for now. Now let's press W and where's the pivot? Where is it pivot? Okay. And let's rise them a bit, maybe let's say 0.5. So click on the blue arrow and let's say the number up there. 0.5 is not a lot actually. So let's do another 0.5 maybe. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's fine. Let's try it. Now we can create the steps. So let's go up there. Select this one, Shift, insert edge loop tool, and we have already set to multiple edge loops and 5, and let's drag 5. Now that we have selected this one, Shift, right click, bevel. It's fine a little small one, so even a bit less, but 0.3 was fine, 0.03. Q to finish, and now we crease all of them. So first one, the last one of the line, we select with, oh, sorry, let's do first one, shift, double click on the last one. And now control, right click, edge loop to select the whole loop. Crease and number 3. So now, as you can see, we modify a lot. The shape is becoming a bit less fluid, but I think it's fine. If we have to do this properly in the office, probably we need to do in another way, but for now, it's more than okay to do it in this way. Now, to create the steps, another way is select the first one, select the second one, R to scale, and scale down. In this way, you are making it flat, these two. Same for this one, same for this one, and the last one as well. As you can see, we flat a little bit, just this one, not the one on top, and we create a bit of a steps. This is one of the best way to create steps that follow curve in Maya. So yeah, they are very tiny because we don't need huge steps for the seating, but obviously for a real one we should be a bit more precise probably, but it's fine like this. So let's do the same for the other row. Shift, edge mode, shift, insert edge loop, and we are gonna add, 5, always 5 is fine. Hue to finish, and now we bevel them, so shift, right click, bevel. This distance is more than okay, so hue to finish. Let's click on the first one, press shift and double click on the last one to select all the row of edge. And now the loop, so shift, right click, edge loop to edge loop, and crease. And now we have to do the same. So we need to do face mode, and we need to flat some of them. So these two, I think, yeah. Actually, also this one. So from the first, from the first to the final one. So click on the first, shift, double click. No, it's great. We need to go one by one. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. R and scale. Okay, they were not on the same level precisely. So let's try just with this one. Yeah, let's do the same for this one as well. The light line will become a bit bigger here, but it's okay. And in this way, we have another seating row, and we also have this nice detail similar to the Auditorium, the Baku one, I think, that have these nice steps that merge with the ceiling. This is always a very nice detail. Let's do the final one very quick, so we don't lose too much. Add edge loops. Let's bevel them. Hue. Click on the first one, double click on the second one. Oops. Edge loop, crease. Face mode, and we flat just the center one, I think, so we don't, or maybe we can also flat the third one. Yeah, let's try with this one. Yeah, in this case it works. So let's start for this one, this, and this. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. We can also just click on this, the first one, shift, and no, we can't. We do it one by one. Okay. Now we have these very tiny steps. Also, these are always a nice way to create a pattern on the ceiling. For example, if we start to lower all of them, we can create a nice pattern. Oops. Like these flowing lines that are always very recognizable in the Zaha project or in our project. Okay, so now we have all the steps. Final things, the balustrade. And after we are done, Control D on the mesh to copy. Let's isolate this one. And now we have to isolate some of the loop. So we need this one. We are here, the first sitting row. So we select the first one, double click on the second one. Same for the one on top. Click on this face, double on the second, and we have all the loop. And same for the last one. Click on this one and always press Shift for all of them so you don't lose the previous selection. Now we invert the selection, Control Shift I, and delete. And now we have this element. So now we press 1. What we have to do is we have to do one by one because it's easier. Double click on the loop, the external one, I think is the right one. Yeah. Okay. And now we are going to create a little extrusion. Let me just isolate again. Okay. We create a little extrusion. So Control E, thickness, hold on Control and drag a bit here. So we see, most likely, a bit less. Okay. And Q. Now, face mode, let's select the whole loop, invert the selection, Control Shift I. Be careful to delete because we don't want to delete the top one that we still need. So Control and double click on this one and this one to remove them from the selection and punch. So now we have just this little ring here. Now this is not first timer because we have to be precise, but let's select the first edge here and the final one here, where it is. Okay. Basically, we need to select the first one here and the final one here. And after we have to raise them a bit to create the balustrade. So edge, first edge, the one that is not creased. So we are not gonna create a little gap. So first one and second one. And press W and blue axis, Z, and let's say 1. And now we have our balustrade. And with the red axe, let's incline them a bit. Okay. Let's do the same for the other. So, okay. Why? Sorry. I have a problem here. I detached something probably. Oh. So select the edge loops, in this case, the interior one. Number 1, a little extrusion, very tiny. Thickness with Control, you drag. And now face and select the loop. Invert the selection, don't delete. Control, double click on this one and double click on this one to remove from the selection and touch. So we don't delete also the one that we need. Now, edge mode, we select the first one here and the last one here. Double click, W, Z, and 1 meter up. And with the X, we move them, we incline them a bit. Okay, last one. I'll do it very fast so we don't lose too much time. Little extrusion and Q. Let's delete this one. And W, 1 meter up. Okay. Now, let's select all of them, these edge loops. So 1, shift, second one. Okay, now let's invert the selection, Control Shift I to remove these little vertices that where it is? Should I already did I think I already removed. Okay. It's fine. I already removed it. So now let's change the material of this element. New material, Blin. Let's scroll to find it. Okay. Plus. Let's create, yeah, and add transparency. Okay. So as you can see, we have a little problem here. To do it, we should add more subdivision to the model. Now we don't have time to redo it, but I think it's fine. We can just adjust maybe this manually. Okay. We just need to find the right location, but we can adjust them manually. To add subdivision to the model, so when you export in Rhino, if you want to export the model in Rhino, I'm going to show you now how to do it. Basically, the thing is you're going to add a lot of subdivision, so the model is almost freeze. You cannot modify anything else because you're going to mess up the whole mesh. And at this point, you are ready to export. Okay. Perfect. Almost perfect. So if I export this mesh in Rhino like it is, for example, in OBJ, I will receive in Rhino the mesh that is like this. That's because Maya is working on a preview. This is just, the number 3 is just a preview, it's not the real mesh. To see the original mesh, the real mesh, I need to go to modify, convert, smooth mesh, preview, because it's a preview, to polygon. And as you can see, this is the real number of subdivision that our model has at the moment. So now I can select this, file, export selection, and export in OBJ. So if you want this model in Rhino, you can just do this. Let's Control D. Okay. Perfect. I think we are done. Yeah. And it's almost quite late, so we need to rush a bit. Okay. So let me just see if these setting row are still they are working with mine. So Control D. Let's move this one here. I have the feeling that they are not gonna merge perfectly, but for screenshot it's gonna be fine, hopefully. Oops. Yeah. Let's try to center them a bit. If we have a script to do this in Rhino, much better. Or if you have the passion to do one by one, I don't think so, but if you have, do it. Or you can also work for part. So I do them in Rhino. It's not complex, but it's also a long procedure. So I will not show you how to do them, but it's not a super precise and fast way. So for now, I will just try to match as much as I can. I will cheat a bit, so I will scale it. Okay, probably the new auditorium is slightly smaller. No, I think it's fine. And yeah, it's a lot smaller actually. Okay, I'm gonna send you this model, adjust them if you can, and take screenshot with this one. But yeah, I think actually probably they are a bit too. Yeah, maybe now they are slightly better. These one are still not perfect, but I think you can also just delete some of the seating. Now I don't have so much time to do it, but So, and here it is, I think. Yeah. We can still add little things on this balustrade. So isolate the mesh. We are gonna add a little balustrade here, a little, yeah. So insert an edge, oops, too many edge loops, relative. So insert an edge loops here, very close. Same here. And I'm missing one, okay. Same, yeah. Crease it is. Crease, and now let's change the material of this. So shift, first one, second one, look. Same here, and same here. Right click, assign material because I already have one. I'll go with gold. Q3. And this is how you can create the balustrade very easy in Maya. Unisolate and this given gives. Let's try to fit a bit better this. I'll just try to fit them. Don't do what I'm doing. Okay, let's save. Sorry, I didn't save, but save a lot. So Control S. Every thought, save this. Okay. I'm just gonna try. I'm just trying to fit them as much as possible. Okay, almost. These one, they are too high. Okay. This one are okay. And this one, maybe we can leave it like this. For now, it's fine. So this is our auditorium, and let's change the color of the background, maybe. Let's say black. Where is? Okay. Yeah. And actually, I want to put all of them more in front. How to do auditorium? Usually, you have to know before the plan of the seating because you want to really know the number of people that you can fit inside, and you can model according to this. I hope it's not gonna crash. No. Let's see. Yeah, they're a bit more in front. Okay. Let's see our original. Yeah, we can even create this one. Let's copy this stuff here. Just to create a bit of scenography. It's a bit strange to have plant on auditorium, but why not? Oh. Actually, this one are fitting quite okay. Let's move some of them. You can populate this with all the assets that you want. So let's copy a bit of some people. Let's put them around. Usually people also helps a lot for the retexturing because they give the scale of the project to the AI. Okay. I'm just doing Control D on the girl to copy around. And I just don't want to lose too much time, so I'll do it fast. Okay. So now I think we are ready to set some camera and start the retexturing. Yeah, this one is not perfect, but I think for the retexture is fine. So another nice things to do in Maya is create a light. So to have nicer shader and a bit more atmosphere. So to do it, we go to create, light, and point light. It's not going to appear because usually Maya create the light on the origins. Let's move it this one here, F to center where it is. Okay. Obviously now nothing changed. We need to do in light mode. So press 7 on the keyboard. Or the little lamp up there. It's a bit too intense, so let's change it a bit. Okay. And let's copy. And I usually like to change also a little bit the color of, especially the auditorium. I think it can make sense to have a little warm light. And let's change also with the intensity of this. Okay. I think it's fine. We already have some nice view around. Yeah. Control S, save. Now, let's take some screenshot and some camera. Yeah, for example, this light line should go up here and not here. With more time, I can change it, but for now it's fine. So, let's see which camera we want. Let's go, if we want always the same measure, we should go up here. We have this square with the dots. Click on this one, and this green square will appear. And also click on the one close to it with the white background to isolate the to make the rest white, so it's easier to see where is our camera. So what we can do now is let's try to fake a bit the camera. Select camera, view select camera, and let's change the focal length to 18 maybe. I know it's super fake, but in this case, because the space is not super big, it helps a bit. Okay, let's go also in expert mode, so our screen is wider. So modeling standard is on top on the right corner where you close the program. Modeling standard, we click on this one and we go on expert mode. So the screen is wider and it's easy to take screenshot. And also they have a better quality because for retexturing, we always need a high quality screenshot. If we have a 2K desktop, even better. So let's start to find some nice color. I think like the central one. Yeah, up here maybe. Okay. Yeah, my sitting row are not perfect. So if you have time, make them perfect. I will just take the screenshot in my previous model that it's quite the same. It's just a bit more precise, the sitting row. But the auditorium is the same, so you should be able to do it as well. Okay, let's find the perfect symmetry one. If you have a snipping tool, use this. So you just take your snipping tool and take your screenshot. That's it. That's what we need for retexturing. Let's take another one. I really like this one, honestly. Let's see if it works because I was trying before and was working. So let's try again. If you want to save a camera, because maybe you really like this view, you just need to go on these little bookmarks on top here. You click on this one and your bookmark will appear here on bookmark. So camera 1, camera 2, more you add and more you have here. Usually we have long list of camera when we start rendering. Let's try also one a bit more to the stage. Yeah, this one is nice. Let's save the camera here and let's screenshot. Okay, I think we are good with these three for now. Okay, now let's close Maya forever. No, I'm joking. Control S to save. And now we can start retexturing. What we do usually at the studio is a long procedure, but I'm gonna show you how we start, and after I'm gonna tell you how to continue, because it's not super long as rendering, but it requires a bit of time to be very precise. So we have multiple options. The first one is Midjourney. I found that Midjourney is not really super precise in the last period. I don't know if they changed something, but I think it's not the best for now. We can give a try as well. The other one is Nano Banana. That is the new algorithm by Gemini, by Google. And to access Nano Banana, we have two ways. The first one, the free one that you can do right now, is using Google Gemini interface from Google. And you can use also from the phone. This is very nice. Sometimes I retexture things when I'm on the bus, so it's quite fun. And you can do a lot of things actually, but we're gonna do retexturing. The other option, and is also a bit faster, I think, but is not for free, is to use Crea interface. Crea is a software, is an AI that allow us to use multiple modules to retexture. In this case, they have Nano Banana, they have ChatGPT, they have a lot of other. We are gonna use Nano Banana, and we also try Midjourney to see what happens. And ChatGPT is another one. We can also use this. I just find that ChatGPT usually is a bit less, is a bit more cartoonish, so the geometry sometimes a bit different. Nano Banana and Midjourney, they are usually very precise with the geometry, but always is a process. It's not a one shot, so you have to try multiple times. And yeah, it's not like you click and you have the best result immediately. So now we are gonna try. I already know a bit what to text to have a interesting result. Obviously, it's not gonna be the final one. You have to do a bit of post-production with Photoshop if you want. But yeah, I'm very curious at the end to see your Auditorium on Instagram. So let's try with I will go with Midjourney just because we are gonna see immediately this one. So Midjourney interface, I think a lot of you already know it. We need to use to retexturing, we need to use the interface on Google, on web. We cannot use from Discord, at least they don't change it, but for now, I think is only possible to retexture in web interface. What we have to do is search for the edit tools. So let's click on this one, and this will appear. So as you can see, I already make some tests, and I already know that it's not super easy to render in Midjourney. Obviously, it depends how good you are. Probably some of you are also better than me, so I would be very happy to.
Hey, David, I think you're just showing Maya.
Oh, no. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Thank you. Okay. Here now you can see I was showing something for the whole time. Okay. So this is Midjourney interface from web. You have to go to edit, that is the third icon on the left. And as you can see, I already made some test. What we have to do is edit new image. So let's click on this one, and this is what we are gonna use. This is the interface. We are gonna need to edit an image that we upload, so we can just drag and drop or click here and find our screenshot. So screenshot, And let's try with this one. No, let's try with the symmetric one. So we upload this one. And what we have to do in this case is, okay, what we have. We need to go on top here, retexture, not edit, but retexture, obviously. And yeah, all the other things here we don't need for now. Here is where we prompt. This is very useful. And we have other settings up here in this icon. We use 6.1 because usually I remember it's a bit of time that now I'm not using Midjourney, but 6.1 version I think was a bit more loyal to the geometry. And stylization, I think we can start with 0 and after we see if it's gonna change. So what we have to do is say to Midjourney what we have to, what we see. So basically Midjourney works, we need to describe very well what we see. So in this case, we want a hyper-realistic image. Actually, a hyper-realistic photo maybe is even better, of interior auditorium. And yeah, I think maybe just to see what happens, we can also just go with a very simple prompt. Let's just add some very important things for Midjourney. So we need to say that we want a 4K image, for example, super realistic. Again, it's better to repeat sometimes because Midjourney is a bit dummy sometimes. Super realistic. High detail is also useful to say. It's like a basic prompt that is always nice. It's always useful to add at the end of our prompt. And yeah, 4K, super realistic, high detail. We also can describe the mood of the image. So we want like a dramatic light inside. Let's see if it understands. And we can also add a bit of the material. So it's an auditorium cladded in, let's say, concrete for now. Let's see what happens. In beige concrete. Oops. Okay. Let's try with this for now. Another things that we can do, but we are going to do it after, is adding a reference image to the prompt to copy the mood. To start the retexturing, submit retexture here. And Midjourney will start to think. So let's see what is going to happen. Hopefully it's not going to require a lot of time. No, okay. Okay, this is a bit brutalist, but the geometry is there. This is already a good sign because sometimes when the geometry is not is very complex, like the stadium that we did at the studio was very complex to retexture the geometry. Oh, I really like it. This one is nice. It's a bit like God Ray in the middle. God is coming, but okay, no. This one is nice. Is a nice starting. But yeah, let's go ahead. We can add some detail. For example, people seated on the row. And let's try to retexture this just to see if it understands like the difference between one prompt and the other. Sorry. Okay. Not very well, honestly. This one is also quite interesting because it's realistic. There are just a lot of strange stuff around. So what I should do in this case is take the image, go to Photoshop, and start deleting a bit of messy things. But yeah, this one is not bad, for example. It's very old style, but it's not bad. So let's try with adding an image reference to the picture with because usually helps a lot the mood of the image. Just please use a reference that is high quality. Like don't use pixelated reference because also the result is gonna be super pixelated. So use always high resolution reference, or at least not too pixelated. So let's see which one I can use from. Maybe I just use one of my previous one just to make sure that the result is gonna be a bit better. And then we just need to drag and drop in style reference. Okay, when it's became colored because it's loaded, submit reference, and hopefully we are gonna already see a big difference between the previous generation. Okay, this one is not bad. Yeah, they are already a bit better. The geometry is there, is quite precise. The mood is not amazing because it's a bit too shiny and empty. It didn't understand the people. Let's try just this, people seated. Or maybe we can also try with full of people. Obviously, when it need to work nice, it never works. It's a bit shy, I think. Okay, I think these one are already some interesting results for the materiality and the texture of the image. This one is even better. There is a bit of mess. Okay, this one no. There is a bit of a mess in this location, but that's why I'm not using Midjourney a lot. This one is not bad. So maybe we can also just try to download one of these image here, down here, and try to retexture the retexture. So it's like a procedure. So we can try, we press here on top on new, edit uploaded image, and let's use the one that we just downloaded. So this one. And let's see what happens. We can also try a better mood. Maybe, let's see one that is a bit better. Okay, let's try with this one. Obviously, we can also add a lot of detail to the prompt. The prompt can become very long. It's really up to you and how you prefer, and it's also up to Midjourney how fast it is to understand what we want. Sometimes it's also the view that cannot work because it's too complex. This is interesting. I think this one have nice some nice things around. But yeah, let's try with yeah, I think I'm not really in the last period, I'm not really satisfied with Midjourney. So I'm gonna try with Crea, with Nano Banana. You can use Nano Banana in Gemini, so it's free, or you can use from Crea if you have Crea. So let's just add a new session. So Crea is basically this. This is the interface. It's not for free. You have to have a subscription. It's not super expensive. But if you want to use Crea and use different modules, so for example, Nano Banana, where is ChatGPT, Nano Banana, it doesn't have Midjourney, of course, but it's very smart because you can just change the things. So let's add again our screenshot. This screenshot. Okay. Let's try always with this one. Just drag and drop inside. And oops, Nano Banana is much nicer because you can talk like ChatGPT. So it's a more natural talk. So in this case, I was testing and I just asked to make these images change into an hyperrealistic architectural photograph of an interior fluid auditorium. So we can keep this. And red velvet seating is also another detail that we can keep. Can we make this larger? Yeah. And people looking at the stage, this is okay because we see the stage. Okay, let's try with cladded in dark wood. Let's see what happens. And dramatic mood light. Oops. And people with elegant dress on the balcony. Okay, in this case, I was also already adding a bit of detail because I want people, I want specific people. Let's see if the same prompt works. Also for this screenshot. Usually to find the right prompt, you have to make some tests. So now I'm using this one because I know that before was appearing something interesting. So I'm gonna use the same one. Yeah, you see, I think Nano Banana is actually a lot better. And it add all the people, some weird people sitting where they don't have to be seated, but we can delete them in case. This one is empty. Okay, so let's try another generation. But I think this one was already quite good, I think. So let's download this one. And let's see another generation. Okay, this one is a bit better because he removed the people. I think he heard me. The microphone is open, so he heard me, and he removed the people. So let's download also this one. I think I'm not super happy with the light. I think it's not really, it's still a bit fake. So I would work more on this. Let's try we can also try to change just the material. So cladded in dark wood, let's say cladded in goldish opaque metal. Let's see if understand something with different tonality because we don't want everything with the same color. Let's see if it understands. But this is really like a procedure. It's not a one shot. You have the prompt and it does work. Sometimes the prompts work, sometimes no. Just add detail to the prompt, take your time. You can also ask ChatGPT to describe your image, so it's gonna help a bit. Okay, no. And okay, this is not so bad, but obviously it's not the result that I want. So let's try to maybe let's remove opaque. Let's see what happens. But as you can see, the result is already quite good for a render. Like this kind of render, sometimes at Uni they are already quite interesting. Okay, this one is really too much. It's going very far from what I want. Yeah, no. Let's try with another another material. Let's try with white. I never try with white. We It's also with Nano Banana is also very easy to change material fast. So if I already have an image, I can just ask to change the material to something else. Okay, this one is a bit too light, twilight, but I think it's nice. This one is too white for sure. Let's try to download this one and retexture this one. So we start from a render that we already have. So this one I just drag and drop inside. So it's already a bit more realistic than Maya screenshot. It's also easier. And light pointed a stage on the stage where an orchestra is playing. Okay, so we add another detail and let's see what happens. We can also try to use the same prompt in Midjourney. Let's see if this helps. So copy and Control C here and submit send the text. So now we are working on show. But we were retexturing the screenshot, so no. Let's pick again our screenshot and not the render. Okay. This is not bad. I don't like the white material, honestly. It's a bit cold. So let's try with add in beige, warm. Let's try with another material because the white is really a bit too cold and the light are also a bit too strong. So after we are gonna try to change the light as well. Let's see Midjourney. Yeah, I think it's not, I think was better a few months ago. And now I don't know if it's Nano Banana that is better, so the quality seems lower, but I'm not really happy with Midjourney at the moment. Is this one? It doesn't change nothing. Let's try again. Yeah, sometimes we also use LookX. We tried, but we think that Nano Banana is really game changer. I try Xfigure as well. It's quite good. I think Xfigure is also quite good, yeah. Okay, this one is start to be a bit better, the light. Let's try with wooden again. Let's say I really want to change the light, so let's see how we can change the prompt. Okay, maybe let's say dark. This can be a bit extreme, but maybe no. Atmosphere. Yeah, I think this one was still one of the best. Not super realistic, but okay. This one is also nice. Maybe let's try with different tonality. And after we can also change screenshots, so we see other view. And also another very useful tool. Okay, no, I don't like this one. No. So I think we can try. We can also try with ChatGPT. We didn't try. Let's see. Because sometimes for the materiality is quite good. So we just, in Crea, we just need to change the modules, or you can just go to ChatGPT and send the image and the prompt. So it is the same procedure, but it's free. Yeah, ChatGPT is also a bit slower, I think. Okay. This is a bit intense, but the geometry is not bad. It depends, but you see the difference between one modus and the other one. In ChatGPT, the loyalty to the geometry is not a lot. It changed quite substantially the geometry, but the materiality, I think, is a bit better. Nano Banana, I think, is good in everything. Which obviously you just need to take time and do your test. And let's try to use again Nano Banana, and also let's try to change the view so we do multiple. I honestly really like this one. Yeah, which one? This one maybe. Yeah, let's try for this one. Just drag and drop inside. And we can use the same prompt, but let's remove the things of the stage because we don't have the stage. Okay. And the things of the orchestra we don't need. Yeah, and also the light. Let's remove. Okay. Let's generate and let's see what happens. Because before I was testing and there was one that was quite interesting, I can show you. But obviously you cannot have the same result every time. This is also the bad part of the AI. You cannot achieve the same result every time. But for example, this one was already quite interesting, and probably also the view helps a lot because it's intense, the curve, but I think was a bit better. Messy, a lot of things to fix, so you shouldn't go to Photoshop and start to fix. But yeah. I think this view was working quite well. This one was also nice, but the materiality, no. So let's see what happens. Oh, Jesus. Okay, now let's change. Okay. But you see the loyalty and how easy it is to achieve render. And also you understand that you have to add like little emergency exit. So you don't have to model. Sometimes you just need to add emergency exit on the wall and that's it. And also how the material follow the curve. Usually it's very nice. It's not easy. It's not usually, sometimes it doesn't happen. In this case, it's quite fun that you understand the flow of the material. Okay, this one is like when the thing is end, people are leaving. but I think it's already okay. Let's try to use this one. Let's go ahead. So when we download our screenshot and we fix in Photoshop, another very useful tool is Magnific. Magnific is a tool that upscale the image so we can add more detail to the image itself. For example, this was the original one. There's no texture of the material. The face, the people are very AI, like very messy. Not bad, but very messy. When I try to retext, this one is still a bit messy, but because we're also zooming a lot. But you see the difference with the orchestra and the materiality on the wall. It's really useful tool. Magnific. So the interface is also very easy. Unfortunately, it's not for free. So, but there are also a lot of other upscaling tools around. So we use this in the studio. I think is one of the best, but I know that also there was another AI to use it. I don't remember the name. So to use it is very easy. We open Magnific Upscaler, and we upload our image here. So let's try with the one that we just download. That is this one. We don't have to change nothing here. Yeah, we can add a little prompt. It's not concrete anymore. And good. Oops. Wait, people. Okay. This is okay. Here I usually use film and photography because I found this the more related to the image. If you use nature and landscape, it's very useful for aerial view of master plan, but also careful because it transforms everything in mountains. Everything becomes a bit blend in nature. So film and photography, I think, is very useful, and creativity, not too much if you use it. So 3 is fine. And this one is how much the original geometry is gonna stay in the picture. So let's also keep this at 2. And this one, there are different modules. You can read here what they do, but Illusion is the one I use usually. So let's try upscale this one. Let's try also with Midjourney, maybe with the other screenshot. Because I think Midjourney is very good to copy the mood of the image. So for light and mood, but the geometry, Nano Banana is the top. Let's see if we can use the same prompt of this one. And let's type something about the mood. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, the difference is, I think, is visible, especially when we have people. Obviously, these one are very tiny, so we'll require maybe another pass. It's not one pass on Magnific is not enough. But the texture and the pixel itself of the images, I think it's quite obvious how much it changed. I think I want to try another one because I'm really searching for a better mood, or we can try to use also the one before. This one is also nice. We can try with this one. This one was good. This one as well. Oh my God. Okay. I don't have time now to fix this, but yeah, Midjourney is really, something happens because the quality is really low. Okay. So this one can be one of our first screenshots, our first render. Let's try to upscale also some of the other. For example, we can also put more than one at the same time. So let's say 1, 2, and 3, and we pick the best one. But again, this is a procedure, so it's very useful to do multiple tests, multiple prompt, and find your way, because also AI, some people use very long prompt, other very short. I think the texture of the wood here, the slats are a bit too big and too not really nice, but the people are very nice. I think this one is, I really like this one. Maybe the light, the mood is not perfect, but I think it's a good one. I want to try this, and we can try the animation with this one. So 30 minutes, 40 minutes late almost, but we can still try an animation. So this is Kling AI. Here you can see one of our animation for the data center that we are doing. So Kling AI is also not for free, but is also not very expensive. So this is something that we can try to do. So this is the interface. We need to go on video generator, that is this icon here. And this is the interface that we have. So we just need to upload an image. So start frame, upload, and let's try with, I want to try this one. Let's try this one. Okay. Now we have the prompt where we describe the movement of the camera. So the prompt is quite different from the one that we use for retexturing. We can say the camera zoom in slowly, but also try a different one, because maybe one movement is better than the other. And the people can clap. And stand up. So there is a possibility that it's going to be very dynamic, a bit too much. Okay, let's use this module, 2.1. And 5 seconds is more than enough to test. Standard, yes. One output. We have other tools, but I think this one, it's on, and we just need to generate. It's very easy and also very satisfying when the animation come out properly. This one is a bit longer to wait, so maybe we can go back to one of those. Yeah, this one, it was nice, but the materiality was really... Let's try with another screenshot. Or actually, yeah, let's try with another. This one. Okay, here we see the stage, so we can change the prompt again. Orchestra play on the stage. We can add some detail also for the curtain, so we see what happens. White, semi-transparent curtain. Let's try like this for now. Okay, this is not the right animation for this view, and it's also super fast, but the people are clapping. So let's change the prompt. camera, maybe we can orbit, oops, camera orbit to the right. Yeah, to the right. Let's see this one if it's better. Because this one, for some kind of view, for example, master plan, if you just zoom in, it's okay. In this case, I think it's a bit too static. And also it's something that you can achieve also just like zooming in Adobe After Effects probably. Yeah, this one is also nice. Some people are trying to jump downstairs. They are really fan of the orchestra. But yeah, the curtain is here. This one is also not bad. We can, I think in this case, we should really work on the mood. So trying to change the light. For interior is a bit more complex than exterior. But yeah, by the way, it's quite late. I think we're almost there. We just see one or two. Okay, this one is already more interesting. Yeah, I think this one is already a better animation. Obviously, it's very complex to do other kind of animation for this view because there can be a lack of geometry. So that if the camera movement is too fast, the risk is to show geometry that are not in the picture. So AI will invent some geometry, and usually they are not. In this case, especially because it's quite complex, I don't know if it's gonna be very nice. Yeah, as Mariana say, you can also have free credits for Kling. It's just a bit slower, the free. So if you want something a bit faster, you have to pay. Of course, it's always like this. But yeah, you can also use Kling for free. It's just a bit slower to generate. Video quality is 2K. I'm not sure, honestly. Yeah, okay, Mariana already answered. Perfect. Thank you. What we were doing? Oh, sorry. Let's try to change a bit this mode. Let's try with something a bit more crazy. Red light. Because sometimes it's also better to start a new session so you don't, Nano Banana understand, or in general, all the AI understand that is a new session, you have to forget everything you did before and don't continue to generate similar things. Because as you can see, the things are start to be very, very similar. Okay, this is a bit intense, but it's interesting. This one as well is interesting. So really just go around and have fun. We can try with maybe let's try to keep a screenshot without light. Maybe this help the mood. Okay. Same prompt is fine. Let's see. Oh no. Okay. Let's try with again with Midjourney. Okay. We can try to use one of our generation as reference for this one. Let's say this one is nice. And we can use the same prompt. Or maybe, yeah. Let's also try to animate another one. Where they are. Okay, this can be very satisfying. Okay, in this case, the camera can be nice if it moving or if orbit. Maybe let's keep orbit. So it's similar to the one that the cover of the workshop. Camera orbit on the right. People clapping. Yeah. This is already interesting, it's a bit better. Okay, this one is a better result from Midjourney. But then you can go do a lot of things like yeah, okay. Yeah, the geometry is not perfect. This one is a bit nicer. But you know, I don't know what happens. Midjourney is not collaborating. Maybe let me just try also to, because I was testing some. For example, this one was done by Nano Banana, was a previous generation. And I think the light was interesting. There was one better, honestly. Yeah, this one is also interesting. We can try to animate also one of these, even if they are not from our actual model. But also, I mean, you can have fun. I think this is already a lot. Too slow, really too slow. Let's add some more detail. And I think, yeah, after this, I think we can close. So everyone is free to have dinner or go to sleep, or I don't know where you're from, but probably is also can be also quite late. So obviously, as a reference, you can also use a real image like real auditorium. Probably this one should be the best way. Almost there, almost finished. Okay, yeah. This one I think is a nice, almost nice animation to close. If we cut this one a bit before, was better. You see, this is the lack of geometry. So the AI will need to invent, and not sometimes it's good, sometimes it's a bit not good. Maybe orbit around the stage. This was the things. Not on the right. But we can. When I am, okay, it's very late. Okay, this one will require, okay, 1 minute. This is our last minutes. And you can also probably find some nice view from the stage somewhere. But do screenshot, do screen recording, show the Auditorium on Instagram. I'm really curious to see it around. I hope you like it, guys. Okay, this one can be a nice animation because the lack of geometry was not a serious one. So this is the procedure, and yeah, I think we are done. 5 hours. We're a bit late. Nice end. Thank you.
Yay! That corner was so cool. The one that does like a scoop, right? And
Yeah, I think it's my favorite one, this one.
I think it's my favorite too. It looked really nice. Cool. But this camera, we knew that it was super tricky because it has a lot of people. It's like the stadium, right? It gets,
Yeah, exactly.
people get really blurred at some point. Maybe
Exactly.
just like a very, either a very slow close in, zoom in, or maybe we just animate the people on stage and the camera stays still. So people
Yeah.
dance around and the camera stays still. That's like
Yes.
fun to avoid, I think.
Yeah, I
Thank you
agree.
so much. It was really awesome. Great workflow. Check out all your awesome messages. People are loving it in the chat.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone.
Make sure that you're following Davide and Mariana and MC Studio, which I'm sure most of you are. Yeah, really fantastic. And for everyone that's here, of course, you'll get the recording once it's done processing. Just check your emails like tomorrow to see the recording. And yeah, we're just really good stuff. And make sure you make cool stuff and tag this team so they can see the interesting stuff you're making with these workflows.
Yeah, absolutely. If you have good results, just post it on Instagram, tag us, and we will definitely share.
Absolutely, yeah.
Amazing.
And great. Well, then I'll let you both go. I know it's late on your end, so
Yeah.
early on my end still, but yeah.
Cool. Okay,
See
guys.
you.
Thanks, Davide. Thanks, Mike. Bye,
Thank you,
everyone.
So
everyone.
much.
Have a
Thanks,
good
Mike.
weekend, everyone. Ciao, ciao.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye-bye.